Welcome to the Therapy Circus. Step right up, folks, the show's about to start. Keep the dangers here to play the heart's part. Drama and wisdom, it's a crazy ride where real talk meets the wild side. Got conflicts and stories, emotions on display. We'll tackle the issues, the fun and the fray. It's a therapy circus and we're in for a treat. With Keebler danger, it's never the same. To the Therapy Circus, where the drama unfolds. With Keebler danger leading, watch the truth be told. From wild revelations to heartfelt advice, it's a whirlwind of emotion, and it's coming to life. Welcome to the Therapy Circus, where the drama unfolds. With Keebler danger leading, watch the truth be told. From wild revelations to heartfelt advice, it's a whirlwind of emotion, and it's coming to life. Grab your popcorn, get ready for the show. We'll dive deep into the highs and the lows. No issue too big, no story too small. Keebler's here to handle them all. We'll laugh, we'll cry, and we'll set things right with bold revelations in a spotlight so bright. It's a circus of therapy, come one, come all. Keebler danger's ready to take the ball. To the Therapy Circus, where the drama unfolds. With Keebler danger leading, watch the truth be told. From wild revelations to heartfelt advice, it's a whirlwind of emotion, and it's coming to life. Welcome to the Therapy Circus, where the drama unfolds. With Keebler danger leading, watch the truth be told. To the Therapy Circus, where the drama unfolds. With Keebler danger leading, watch the truth be told. From wild revelations to heartfelt advice, it's a whirlwind of emotion, and it's coming to life. Welcome to the Therapy Circus, where the drama unfolds. With Keebler danger leading, watch the truth be told. From wild revelations to heartfelt advice, it's a whirlwind of emotion, and it's coming to life. Welcome to the Therapy Circus, where the drama unfolds. Keebler danger leading, watch the truth be told. Welcome to the Therapy Circus, where the drama unfolds. With Keebler danger leading, watch the truth be told. From wild revelations to heartfelt advice, it's a whirlwind of emotion, and it's coming to life. Where the drama unfolds. Welcome to the Therapy Circus. Welcome to the Therapy Circus. Step into the spotlight, the camera's rolling. What seems like freedom hides, the darker controlling. Voices race for rights, but at what cost? In this twisted game, truth gets lost. Claiming justice, but where's the line? What's the price of freedom in this charade divine? Manipulation lurking behind each shot, the shadows of the truth that's tied in knots. Claiming justice, but where's the line? What's the price of freedom in this charade divine? Manipulation lurking behind each shot, the shadows of the truth that's tied in knots. Behind the lens, it's not what it seems. Unmasking the illusion, shattering dreams. Are we fighting for rights, or just creating strife? In this circus of chaos, where's the real life? A public servant trapped with nowhere to hide. The cameras roll on as they criticize. Clicks and views feel the hunger for fame, but in this dark theater, who's really to blame? As they're speeding the lines of blood, a game of confrontation where respect is unheard. Behind the facade there's a chilling truth. In this audience of chaos we're losing our youth. Behind the lens, it's not what it seems. Unmasking the illusion, shattering dreams. Are we fighting for rights, or just creating strife? In this circus of chaos, where's the real life? Can you see the game? We're just the smoke and mirrors. As we chase the clicks, what have we become? the lens, it's not what it seems. Unmasking the illusion, shattering dreams. Are we fighting for rights, or just creating strife? In this circus of chaos, where's the real life? So join us now, as we reveal what's more. In the dark side of freedom, we're asking for more. A public servant trapped with nowhere to hide. In this circus of chaos, where's the real life? In this circus of chaos, where's the real life?
It's not unmuting anymore. What the hell? Welcome to the Therapy Circus. Let's see, we got a few people. We got stupid humans in this evening. My flock, what's up? Tenderloin Joe, always good to see you. I saw Ron in here. Thank you. Saw Ron in here. I'm not able to monitor the YouTube side, but if you're not wrenched up, I will get you afterwards. So don't worry about that. I'm sorry. Phones didn't charge very well, so only got one device. But tonight's going to be a good show. I hope so. Because we're going to do some hard thinking on this one. Because this one, we're going to tackle the hard truths and unravel the chaos of today's most controversial topic, which is auditing. Everybody's controversial right now on that. Everybody's got an opinion. Everybody's, So we're going to pull back the curtain on this murky world of First Amendment auditors and describe, hopefully we get some OG auditors up here, the ones who are doing things right. Come in, we'll get some others with their opinions, have some healthy debates. But we'll see how it unfolds. But no fighting, no bickering. Let's see, like I said, because there is a big, big difference. What's up, Gilbert? So, Gilbert's one of the good ones. Definitely one of the good ones. He's doing things the right way and bringing people together. So, but yes, for everybody that's unfamiliar with what 1A auditors are, 1A auditors stand for our rights, is what auditors are supposed to be doing. They're, the guardians of free speech, the protections of public accountability. But is it a reality today? Or have these self-proclaimed watchdogs become wolves, preying on their targets for clicks, views, and viral fame? Are they protecting? Most people think we're a democracy. We're not supposed to be a democracy, but are they protecting our rights or tearing down the foundations of respect and trust within our communities? So tonight we will dive into the darker side of YouTube subculture. We'll examine the ethics, if there are, which we knew by last week. Majority everybody runs on ethics and morals. That's the reason they got into it. So Like, that's the main reason everybody gets into filming is for their ethics and morals. So we got that. We know that's there. You know, we know that. You know, we'll uncover how these so-called auditors thrive off of confrontation, turning civil rights into spectacle for profit. And plenty of those out there. While their victims, often unsuspecting, just doing their jobs, some of them are, some of them aren't, bear the brunt of the fallout. But it doesn't stop there. We're exploring the psychological toll on those being filmed and how the legal system is manipulated to create drama for their channels. And for anyone brave enough to speak out against the behavior, many have been targeted, silenced, and even harassed into submission, which I don't believe in that. What's up, you people? Like I said, I will be dropping the link. So we're going to begin with a couple of discussions first. So pretty much the background and the history for the people who aren't. Now, like I said, I will drop the links here in a few minutes for anybody to come up. So exactly, Gilbert. That's exactly it. And they went from being auditors to now being, it's all about the clicks and views. And that's what we're going to discuss because they're hurting the movement. They're hurting it, you know. And it's killing me. So I figured I'd do a show on it. I really did. That it's time people start calling things out for what it is. It's, you know, that wasn't my section. What? That wasn't the first topic. It was this one? Go there. Sorry. Have a little bit better organization skills than last time. So let's discuss though the origin, the start of First Amendment, how it came about. Because a lot of people don't know what everybody's asking. What's the First Amendment movement? What are First Amendment auditors? You know, a lot of people don't know, especially if they watch just regular TV or they're watching movies on YouTube. You know, or they're just watching stuff that interests them. They don't really know. A lot of people don't go out there. Al Soka, excellent, very excellent. Goes out there, does what he does, films. Only time he says anything is when they say something to him. Excellent. Can't really say anything negative about Al SoCal. You know, we're not here to bash on people. That's not why we're here. We're here to explain, discuss. You know, because there's some bad ones that started out good and then got corrupted. But yeah, the First Amendment's supposed to be, like I said, about protecting free speech. Unless you're doing something that straight up says that you know you shouldn't be doing, you can say whatever you want on the street, whether it's out in loud, you're being loud or not, without having to worry about repercussions or being punished because somebody didn't like what you said. You know, you should be allowed to do that. And the cops, government, are really bad about taking it away from us. You know, public accountability. Supposed to be out there ensuring that the public officials are respecting our rights, that no one's getting violated, no one's being, that they're out there doing the right thing. The right to record in public. One of the core tenets of this movement, the 1A movement, is to record public servants. Public servants, that's the key word, people, performing their duties in public spaces. That's the key word, public servants. And we'll get into the other thing too, because I have an issue with businesses, but I can see why you would need to film at times of business. I can see. And we'll discuss that too. No, but just out there because you just want to record and you're trying to get confrontation with the cops, that's just hurting, honestly. There's got to be a purpose to it. No, there really does. Transparency in government, another key aspect. What's up, Roadhog? Everything was great for a while until the Karen movement came about. Karen movement. Y'all remember some of this ain't me either. I did not look this up. This is AI. Key examples of some OG, according to AI, are well-known early figures of this movement is Philip Turner. Everybody knows who Philip Turner is. He audited, basically didn't interact, didn't do nothing. Got the Turner law. Another key figure. Mind you, I did not do this. This is AI saying this. Jeff Gray of Honor Your Oath, the civil rights investigations, is another considered key figure of this movement. His videos featured quietly filming the public in public spaces, testing law enforcement. There's some great OG auditors out there, but there's also some great OG auditors out there who have been corrupted by the clicks and the views. Have let that money corrupt them, just like every politician, every person out there can get corrupted when money's involved. And they get that taste, Good citizen, you did more than once. So there's some good things about it, and since then there's some former law enforcement speaking out about it because they feel, and if everybody out there is honest with themselves about doxing, you must know when you got your chat and you're out there on the street, you got some hateful people up in that chat. Very hateful comments coming. And we know if you do a little bit of research on the internet, we've seen how that hate has actually spilled out into the real world. Now, I want to discuss that. Who should be responsible? Because they held Eric Brandt responsible for what his supporters did. Because he said something on the internet and he's being held reliable. We got business CEOs being held reliable. Who should be held reliable for putting out a live stream? Some jackoff decides they're going to friggin' follow through and make sure and punish that person. Should the live streamer be punished like business CEOs are, or like Eric Brandt got punished? Should the supporter be punished? What if you can't find them? What if the live streamer knows who they are, but won't give them up because they don't talk to the cops? They're not going to help with the investigation, knowing that someone got hurt. Exactly. He accepted his fate. He took responsibility, which I honor that for. But who should be held responsible, really, honestly? Everybody knows they get some hateful comments in their chat when they do these live streams. Everyone. Who's responsible for when someone actually goes out and takes what you want done or what you say on your live stream and actually does it? Should they be held responsible? Because they wouldn't have seen it online and got the idea or got the information of where the person lived to go do it. Something to think about, huh? I'm going to drop the link before we move on. Let me see here. Like I said, it is open. If I don't know you, you will get a overlay up, just saying. Everybody but you know who's are allowed on the panel, so. Where's my panel? Where's my link? There it is. Because like I said, we're not here to bash the good ones. And there's some awesome people in the chat. Gilbert Bystander films the way he should be, brings the community together, loved by his police officers that he films. Good Citizen Media, you people, doing some excellent stuff because they're exposing the corruption in their area. Excellent. Exactly what we should be doing, exposing the corruption, questioning things that don't make sense. You can't really say anything negative about those three. Roadhog, excellent, big time. Been now he's doing this farm stuff because he got tired of it. Stupid humans, all of them, all OGs up in here. I'm Joe Hush. But like, see, yeah, everybody's welcome up. Everybody's welcome up to talk about this because, like I said, we got both sides here. Hopefully, I know there's some watching. They're welcome up too. I want to hear their side of things because we'll get into that later, like the clickbait and stuff. What did you just do? Hold on. I hit the wrong button. I bounced out of my outline. Let's go back here. So I think we pretty much know what auditing's supposed to be. And we know that everybody has ethics because of last week's show. We all know pretty much everybody gets into it because of their ethics, their morals. What's up, Pink Taco? Love the fact he's been getting back out. He's showing some stuff. Love the way he's doing it. Those freaking videos are so crisp and clean. Better than a news agency. So, that's the way things should be done. Not about the drama, not about the hypocrisy or getting the click or the view. If you get the click, it should be because it happened naturally. It's because that's who they are. Not because you forced it or you pushed it or you did some little thing to grab attention. You shouldn't be attention. Recording should, you should be like almost a fly on the wall. I'll be looking for it. You put them out so late though. But yeah, I'll be looking for it. If not, I'll catch the replay because that's one thing I do like. I watch the replays on those type of videos. I may not always comment, which I'm getting better at, but I do watch a lot of replays. So, a lot of them. Okay, where are we? Oh yeah, the ethics. Like I said, we all know everybody out here who picks up a camera does it for their morals, for their ethics. So that's not the question. The question is like last week, should ethics be or what who's to say what's right and wrong for each individual person? You know, that's where we seem to have the issue because some people say I can do that. That's what I believe in, and I should. But we also saw how it collided with the laws. So ethics and morals, big big fight. But I kept it to a minimum. We ain't fighting here. We discuss. Even if we have to leave it open ended, we discuss. So here's a big thing. Hold on. When is filming questionable? I said, should you? Like I said, I think when you're filming, you should be almost like a fly on the wall. Nobody should really know you're there. You do your thing and everything. What do y'all say? When does filming cross the line? Is it goes from the right to film to you actually instigated and drew attention to yourself to get that reaction? Should you be allowed? Is causing attention to yourself so you get a reaction? Is that right? Or what do y'all say? Like I said, the links drop. If anybody wants to come up, I like to know because all y'all, like I said, I consider everybody in here a good, they film the right way. Pete Taco with his drones. Gilbert pretty much doesn't react. He just stays off to the back to film. Even when they come up to him, he's still polite. Good citizen, you people. What's up? You want to turn that off or you want it on? Oh, you got one up here. I know how he feels. You people, good citizen, they film until they're addressed. If they're addressed badly, then they give it back to them. All good, in my opinion. They don't, from what I see, those two don't cause attention until it's given back to them. Unless they're hiding it, which is possible. What do you think?
Well, I think that a lot of people that say are good aren't. I think that the 1A community needs to take a long, hard look at itself and realize that they're all they're doing is the same old, and there's no real change ever being taken place.
Nope. It's like it came out a while back about Amaganis Press standing in front of the post office, sticking the tongue out at somebody until you get a reaction. Come on now, who's not going to give you a reaction if someone's sticking your tongue out at you?
Well, Amaganis, I mean, he's.
You see what I'm saying? Ain't nobody gonna walk by and not look at somebody sticking their tongue out and go, "What the fuck?" Some people will ignore it, others won't.
You got that right, good citizen. They do it. The drama seems to be the driving factor on a lot of people.
One of the good ones. What's up, Gilbert? You're muted.
I mean,
Hey guys, can you hear me?
yep.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to chime in really quick on about when it's acceptable to be filming and when it's not. And I generally believe that if you're out in public, you are and will be on camera. And but that being said, at the fundamental lawful level, I think anything in public is fair game. But I don't operate, on the law. I operate on how I feel and what I think is right and honorable and respectable. And that being said, if someone is acting like a huge asshole to me, for example, um, I'm not going to care what they look like. I'm not going to care that they look bad. That's them doing that to themselves. What I'm not out to do is specifically embarrass people. I walk around a lot in my town. It's a crazy party town. A lot of crazy stuff happens. A lot of embarrassing things happen to people. That's not what I'm doing, but and if it ever gets to a point where I feel there's a lot of times where I do not film things, not because it's unlawful, because it makes me feel weird. And I guess that's sort of what I go by is when it feels weird and when I feel bad, that's when I sort of stop filming. And I guess it's that simple, but I guess everyone else has a different line. That's what I have to say about it. Thanks.
That's how I feel. Exactly. And that's why I consider you one of the good ones. You do things the right way. You put other people's feelings in front of your own. Sometimes, like you said. you know, I totally agree with that. What do you think on it, stupid humans? I think
My
I
wife,
lost.
my wife agrees with you.
You know, you gotta keep your ethics and your morals, because like I said, tell people the whole point of filming and putting it out on YouTube, in my opinion, is you're trying to make a change. How are you making a change for the better to show that filming is a right to do in public if you're being a jackass and you're making people pissed off?
Here, I have a pretty good example. Um, I'm not at all interested in like medical issues. People who are having medical issues out in public, I'm not interested in that. If there's some sort of fight that happens, right, and then there's medical issues, that's like sort of different. Um, but it's straight up like people having medical issues. I'm not interested in that. I don't want to see it. I don't want to embarrass people. And I wouldn't want myself to be on camera in public if I was in some sort of medical emergency, for example. Um, but the other side, like I find it pretty easy to walk around in public and not be a jackass. I, I,
No,
and then they.
You're cutting
he
out,
must.
Gil.
Yeah, he must be walking around.
Sorry, guys. I was done.
It is pretty easy. It's easier to be nice than it is to be hard. Well, actually, no. Let me take that back. It's easier to be hard and be a jackass than it is to be nice. And just put how you feel, how you would want somebody to treat you in front of how you treat others. If that makes any sense. I don't know.
Hello, face.
Speaking of one of the good auditors, just changed the way he's doing things. I just brought him to tears. Sorry. See, I did something nice for two people, And it is, unless they ask me to, it's not getting released. It was strictly for them to release. So I'm not releasing that information because it's personal information. They can release it. It's not for me to release it without permission. But yeah, it's, there's a lot of them, and I know a bunch of people. I know there's one that's started off great back a few years ago when he first started. Now what is he doing? Drama. Whole bunch of them. I know a bunch of y'all know who I'm talking about. There's a bunch of them out there. That's all they're doing is arguing and
Hey,
drama.
mic check really quick. Am I sounding okay?
Yeah, now.
Yeah. Now that you mention it, I was only today I signed on to, someone who I used to respect a lot, a person in this field, and I just check in, scrolling through the lives. I'm in my work day, scrolling through the lives when I'm supposed to be working, and I see this live come up, and it's just negativity. It's just I'm gonna block this and stop complaining about that. It's just beefs everywhere, and it's just I couldn't even stand it. Like, and you're right. You're seeing a lot more of this type of weird drama, and it's like just going live just to talk shit about some beef. Not cool.
Yeah, or talk shit about somebody else, especially if you're supposed to be on the same side, or not even the same side. Just talk shit about somebody. It's getting outrageous. I'm starting to time out. If you start, I don't care if I know you or not. If you're talking shit, and if it's getting to that point of it's like hate, saying that people need to die and stuff, I don't care where I'm at. If I know you or not, you're getting timed out. Because that's not what the movement's supposed to be about. And free speech is from the government, not a business site. A business site, you agree to terms of service when you sign up. You agree to be a certain way, and agree that you're not going to threaten people, that you're not going to be basically an ass. So I feel it is the mods' responsibility. If they see hate speech, they see negativity that is going to hurt that channel, they need to be taking it out. Because that's not right. That's not what the movement's about. At least in my opinion. What do you think? Oh, we lost Gilbert. What do you think, superhumans? You agree on that, or should we be more open in chats? Let people tell you their negative, hateful,
I think
threatening?
a more honest discourse with people needs to happen, and we need to act a little bit more adult about it and call out auditors who are starting to act badly and a bad faith with their audience and subjects.
The ones that just out for the show instead of.
And that's saying something about people who I personally like as people. There's some people out, there's some auditors out there that I absolutely love that are doing wrong, and I can't tell them really, because then it becomes this big thing. But we need everybody to start going, look, you're losing your way here, little guy, and you need to get back to center.
Yeah, I try to do that if I had the contact information. If I had contact information to people I really like, I'll tell them straight up behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's where it needs to go at first. But if they I don't know, ego gets in the way for a lot of people. Just all the, they got hundreds, if not thousands of people, giving them constant praise and saying, oh, they love you and this, that, that can mess with people's minds. I don't see it in myself, but because nobody likes me. But, I'm just a dick.
Yeah.
You know,
when
I like I said, there are several auditors out there who people think are, oh, the OG best. You know, they've been doing it for so long. You know, they're really sticking up. No, they're not. They're out there just causing chaos to cause chaos, and it's not helping anything. It's not changing anything. This movement has been going for what, 10 plus years. There hasn't been. I mean, yes, like Good Citizen there and a few others have done some, but no real significant permanent change. A lot of the things I can't stand is when somebody says walk of shame when the police feel no shame. They just give up because they're frustrated because they
or
can't
the
see that you're a
or
criminal.
yeah, or the conversation's over with, so they go back and they're going to leave, and then with
Yeah,
the walk of
that's
shame.
not a walk of shame. That may make you think that it's a walk of shame. It's not. They don't feel shame. They don't
Yeah,
feel remorse. They don't feel regret. They're just they're a meat sack that does the job. And I think we also need to start maybe interacting with the police in a more, I don't know, positive way so we can get change going on their side a little bit. But by understanding that they have one of the shittiest jobs in the universe because they have to deal with the shittiest of shittiest humans on a daily basis, you know,
yeah,
while that stuff alone will affect somebody's mind into turning into a shit cop like we see.
yeah,
And it's there's more to it than just us against them. We are all human. We are all part of the human race. We all need to start acting a bit human to one another. And but
exactly.
when push comes to shove, when they start with their bullshit talking over you, then you can start being a little bit more aggressive with them. But you have to let them be the aggressor first. You have to let them make the mistakes. We have to be the adult in the room. We have to be the ones that say, this is going to be a standard that I hope people can reach and achieve and improve upon. But we're not getting there because nobody's actually really talking. We have people who comment in the comment section, and 9 times out of 10, those people who are running those, which is a very few, and I understand it's hard when you got 100 people or 500 people talking to you to keep a conversation going. But there needs to be some interaction. There can't be just them talking to us, we talking to the air.
Well, Keebler nailed it when she said it's easier to do the wrong thing, right? YouTube and the public at large rewards this shitty behavior and these like gotcha moments and this bullshit that's like candy that doesn't, like you said, doesn't cause any real change. um it's easier to be the shitty person. It's really hard to to try with honor and respect to change the police, you know. It's just much harder.
Yeah, exactly. So I got message again.
I there's I don't know. I wish there was more conversation going on and more discussing than just outright filming. Yeah, we can film to death because there's always going to be a dickhead cop out there, and we need to make change. We've made change, small changes. Cops here removed, a council member there removed, but we need to create a systemic change from within the system that that comes from one and goes to many. And that's where we're not getting anywhere with. We're kind of failing in that.
Yeah. I totally agree with both of y'all. We need to be more professional. The person behind the camera can't just be behind the camera. They can't just be behind the lens. They have to think of others. You have to be empathic, have sympathy for what they're going through, like the cops, like Superhuman said. You know, they see the worst of the worst every day. We have to understand that. We can't just be out because we want to show the get a click and a view and show them being hateful. Because everybody can be hateful at one moment
Now,
in their life.
did anybody see Denver audits live today?
No, I actually slept. It was actually cool. What happened? I'm afraid.
Well,
Denver Metro or
it was a restream of a previous live stream he had when he was trying to get into a public event and they weren't letting him in. And I think that's one of the if you see the whole thing, they both were on both sides of that issue. They were kind of wrong. They were trying to do something that they weren't allowing other people to do as well. And it had me conflicted on who was right and wrong. Yes, the people who are running it have a say, but it is a public thing and this and that. So there needs to be more open, more talk, more education. And if it hurts somebody's feelings, well, feelings can heal.
yeah. You know, I'm not saying everybody's feelings are right, and like I said, but everybody has them, and they all control how we act and respond. You have to be sensitive to somebody's feelings. You have to, especially if you're going to be out here holding a camera. You have to think of the other situation.
I am going to bring up one that I have been trying desperately to get everybody to realize. But Oklahoma, is it Oklahoma Auditing News or I forget which exactly Oklahoma it is.
There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, well, the black guy.
Oh, I can't think of his channel name.
You know who you will know when you see him. He's very aggressive, and I personally think he's a danger to himself and the people around him. And he's been that way for a long time, but everybody just cheers him on because he does the crazy stuff.
I think that has to do with the fact that people love to see the train wreck.
Yeah.
That's what it's not really that they give a rat's ass about him or what he's doing. It's they want to see the train wreck. They know he's going to do it.
And like when I'm in some lives where people are saying, "Hey, go do this. Hey, go do that. Hey, dude," I want to yell at these people going, "Excuse me, this isn't a fucking show. This is showing you life as it happens. You need to respect that."
Uh-huh. And that's what I was saying earlier. I'm getting tired of those type of people. I really am. Because we're not out here to get people hurt. We're out here to show, they're out here to show
accountability.
Show accountability and just show transparency
I think when you're out there with a camera, everybody does tend to mind their P's and Q's a little bit. Yeah, Omaha. I forget which Omaha news auditing, or I forget his name.
There's a bunch of auditors that go by Oklahoma that push that. You want to come up? I can drop the link. I know you want to talk on some things. Let me drop the link.
Now we're
up here discussing things. We're not up here.
We're not bashing. We're not bashing.
Yeah, we're not bashing.
Supporters of all of it. The thing is that a lot of
I want both sides up on the panel if possible. So.
Well, that's just it. Some of the people that call out the frauditors, quote unquote, I don't get why they're doing that. I really don't. I mean, maybe they're witnessing stuff that I'm not, but
basically the same thing what I'm doing. You know, they're like Hez here. Hopefully he comes up. You know, if I think it's right, but you know, Hez shows the right what I've been talking about, you know. And sometimes you do has sometimes it is for the content, you have to admit, because it is because people want to see a train wreck. They
Yeah.
don't want to see, you know.
Well, we've been
But
trained since for the last
but
50
Hez does
years.
it because he can see both sides though, just like I can. And you know,
I do too. I can see both sides because
and I that's the only channel I really enjoy watching. I really do.
I'm starting to like yours. So
Well, I do it the right way. All right, you're good if you want to leave that on. All right. Speaking of the devil, Hezekiah
Hello.
from the other side.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I've just,
great parents.
Hello.
You wanna did I highlight it a little bit? I didn't go into too much detail, but he can explain a little bit more where he coming from.
Well, yeah. First of all, I've been listening, Keebler. You watch my show, I watch yours. We always get along. I never had a problem. And I was just watching the show, listening. What was going on? Oh, thank you. And yeah, I don't know. You invited me up. I thought I'd come up. I only got a few minutes because I actually have to do laundry tonight. The laundromat closes in a couple hours. But were there any like specific things because you said weren't wondering about like where people on our side are coming from, and did you have any specific questions about what I'm doing or
Well,
just the
you've been keeping an eye on what I've been doing. You know, I do it to the point to where we have conversation
yes.
and it's civil. Maybe why does it always go into always bashing and slandering? Why does I think that's a big part of a lot of the auditors. Like maybe nobody's up here. I've never seen them on your show, so uh, but like some of the other ones is just filming. Why does it always have to end up where it's bashing?
Well, like it's going to be my top story on tomorrow's show. Actually, 3 people so far have covered it. There was a news report just the other day about Impact Media and his gang, and I call them a gang, and they have been for a long time. Lizard Media, Impact Media, all those guys going around in their costumes, hanging out at post offices, literally beating a dude, bloody, and getting him taken away in an ambulance. And that's the second time they've had somebody go.
Did you watch the video? Though? Did you watch the video?
I saw the news report.
Okay, the video shows the guy, the second guy you're talking about, bumping into him. He basically stuck his crotch in the kid's face, and that's why he got punched. I understand what you're saying about them because I have my reservations too. And when I confronted them, what was I greeted with? Anger by them.
Yep.
By them. And I understand what you're talking about when it comes to them. And that's actually kind of interesting that somebody actually noticed it more than I did. Because I don't see a lot of people calling them out. But when I did, they said, well, you don't have to watch. You can leave. Bye-bye. Fuck you. Right. And I'm like, really? That's not what you tell people when they disagree with you out in the public. You say you want to talk. You want to discuss. No, I know exactly what they are. They're bullies.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I get that part. I get it. And it's weird that I get it.
But see, honestly, that's my whole thing. And I always go out of my way and always have, as long as I've been doing this now, to always say like the word frauditor or whatever. Like that's not just like a blanket term I throw out there. The people that I call out are people that I actually see doing wrong. If I see somebody filming something, it's like, okay, cool, whatever, But like when I see situations like this where it seems so blatant to me that they're intentionally baiting these reactions, and it's like, what are you teaching anyone about the government or transparency or bad cops or whatever it is you're trying to do by hanging out in the post office intention. Like, well, I could dress however I want. It's legal. Yeah, but unless, like, oh, come on, you know that you're going to get a reaction from people if you're dressed in a way that's going to draw attention to you. You know, and then, oh, well, they approached me. It's like, well, you were dressed, well, legally I could dress how I want. Right, but you can't possibly be that stupid that you don't know if you walk around just like that, it's going to draw attention. And then, oh, it's their fault that they're paying attention to me. And it's like, you know, especially Mr. Ghost really drives me nuts with that. Because his big thing, he always says his thesis statement is, I am doing a social experiment to see how people react to seeing a person holding a camera. But he never sees how people react to someone holding a camera. He sees how people react to a guy wearing a disguise and a big fake beard and this huge stuff holding a camera. That's not the same thing.
Well, that could be a point of contention a bit, because they do, in America, we have the right to be and do and say whatever the fuck we want. But
right.
We also don't really, we have that right, but then again, society doesn't want us to have that right. They want us to be respectful and kind to one another. And that's not the way it works. And I can understand where you're coming from when you say they're wearing all that stuff. But on the other side of it, they can do what they want. That is the people's reaction.
Yeah.
And that says something about the people more than it does about them. That's the only thing I have to say about that.
And that's what I get, you know. We all, I'm echoing. But we all have that aspect to basically turn away and walk away. But today's society won't let us do that. Our egos and pride get in the way. Someone says something negative to us, we have to address it. No matter whether they're holding a camera or they're on the other side. If you somebody says something negative to you, your ego, your pride nowadays won't let you walk away. And that's what drives me insane. Especially with on some of your channel. You know, the one you did, what was it, Monday? I don't remember his name. But him saying straight up, that live feed, saying he's just there pretending to audit to get and everything, but he's there for a reaction. That pissed me off because that destroys what the movement's about. You know, you're not there just to film. You're plainly said you're there to pretend, and that was bullshit. You know.
Yeah, I forget his name, but yeah, that was on a live stream where he was commenting on his own video. And, you know, he's in there filming and he's like, and here's the part where I'm pretending like I care and I'm actually there for a reason. And it's like, oh, he just said it himself, you know. But that's it. And that's exactly it. It's, you know, when so many people in my comment section are like, well, why do you have a problem with, you think filming should be illegal? I don't have a problem with someone filming. You know, the people I call out are people that are intentionally doing these horrible things for the purpose of being horrible and clicks and views. And it's nothing to do with any kind of movement or rights or transparency or any of that. They're just bullies or thugs or troublemakers, you know, whatever.
Yeah. I've never seen Gilbert on your channel. I've never seen Good Citizen or you people. Any of them, any of the people that come into my chat, I've never seen them on your stuff. It's always the ones we all have. Bumper Jumper. I'm sorry, I won't say his real name. That's what I call him. You know, he's always up there because he's part of the drama now.
Right.
You know, and the one in Indiana, he started off. He could do a lot of good, but he's let the drama interfere and. I can't watch him anymore. And if you try to say anything to him, he gets just like stupid humans say, you know. Said he pretty much it's like that. You know, you don't have to watch. Cusses you out. So I don't watch.
Watching hundreds of auditors. Literally hundreds. I stopped watching altogether for a good year because I couldn't handle there was just too much. It's just getting ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of the people they show, I don't even know who they are. They're all brand new people I don't even call them auditors. I call them pretty much wannabe provocateurs. Because they're not out here actually auditing. They're out here because it's the easiest way to get subscribers. You put auditing in your name, transparency in your name, and you can get 1,000 subscribers in a week. But they're not really, they're, like I said, they're wannabe provocateurs, in my opinion.
Well, like I said, like you mentioned, a lot of the people I cover are new, and that's where I came up with my whole thing. Where it seems like, because I was talking about it this morning, like I see so many of these people where it really looks like, just again, I don't know these people, just based on the videos they're putting out. So many of these people, it seems like they're watching YouTube and they're like, "Hey, wait a minute, people can like film themselves being rude and make money doing it. I'm rude. I'll go film myself being rude and get paid. Yay!" And that's all it is.
Yep. Do what? They're both muted.
Oh well.
I totally agree. That's exactly the way it is. That people are seeing that, and that's why it's very, very important for the OGs to call that out. Because unless they call it out, people aren't going to stop. They have to call it out. Whether you might lose a subscriber or two, it's better to keep that ethics and morals of what the movement's about and call it out for what it is than just let it go.
Right.
Because we're not making change. We're destroying that movement. It has to be called out.
And like I said before, on my show so many times, like to me, it's like they talk about like educating the general public or whatever. It's like, okay, every single person that ever came up to someone and said, "Hey, why are you filming?" or "Please don't film me. I don't like being on camera." And because they used their First Amendment free speech to say those words, ended the confrontation with getting pepper sprayed. You think that person, if a politician actually was trying to say, "Hey, maybe we should make this illegal," you just created someone who's going to vote yes to that. They're not going to think back and say, "Boy, I'm so glad that person pepper sprayed me. Now I understand that it's okay to film." No, you just created somebody who would vote to stop that and actually help take away our rights, not help build them and make them stronger.
Exactly. Exactly. That's why we've been saying at the beginning, though, you have to be professional. We have to be, if you're going to pick up a camera, you have to be professional. So, someone can y'all go back and forth a minute? Talk back and forth. I got to fix something. I got a beeping.
All right. Either you guys got anything to say? Or are you both muted or you're AFK or ERB?
Oh, I'm getting coffee, going to the bathroom, doing several things. I'm listening to y'all, but
Oh, okay.
I'm busy.
No, that's understandable. It's just she had to go do something. It was like, talk amongst yourselves. I was like, well, I don't want to just sit here and talk by myself. Now, maybe I'll look at some of the stuff in the chat. What do we got going on? Who's out there pepper spraying people? I see you can check out there's pepper spray compilations. I've got some, and on there's a lot of pepper spray compilations from auditing channels. They love giving people the sauce. They think it's hilarious to pepper spray people. It happens all the time. You go up to somebody and say, "Please don't film me. I don't like being filmed." You're going to be punished for it. That's the standard. If somebody says, "I don't want to be filmed," or asks why you're filming, they are going to be punished for approaching you and speaking to you. That's what happens every time. they're going to be publicly humiliated on the global platform of YouTube by calling them a Karen or a Darren or a snowflake, or accusing them of being anti-freedom or anti-First Amendment, or calling them a bootlicker. That's their public humiliation, is their punishment for having the audacity to ask you a question, which I would think would be their First Amendment right to do. But a frauditor will not tolerate that sort of behavior. The only behavior that's acceptable to a frauditor is mind your own business, don't talk to me, walk down the street and ignore me, or tell me how much you love my channel.
You know, that's a great point. It's shocking, and it continues to shock me daily how many so-called auditors do not understand that the First Amendment restricts only the government from preventing you from free speech, not from a company, not from another person on the street, not from your neighbor. The First Amendment has nothing to do with your neighbor and has only to do with the government restricting your speech. It's shocking and saddening how many people don't understand this.
Yep.
Well, that's the bigger argument out there right now, is that there is a large percentage of the American population, the world population, but a large population of Americans who are, well, stupid, and it's frightening. It's frightening how stupid a lot of these people are, and that's like I said, that's a bigger issue that needs somebody to pay attention to it.
Yeah. And that's another thing too that makes a lot of, because over the time that I've been doing this, I've had different people on my panel. I've spoken to DirectD, I've spoken to Rogue Nation, I've spoken to John Felix many times. In fact, I'm invited to Auditor Palooza. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it though. I've talked to the Broken System, Broken Trust, whatever, a bunch of these guys, and one of the things that I'm talking to audit them. One of the things I've gotten from these guys and from having conversations with them is that a lot of times there's this sort of like, they'll bring up problems in the system that actually are legitimate problems in the system that do exist, that do need to be addressed. And it becomes difficult to argue with them because you're like, well, what about, like what you're saying, like the stupidity of people in general, or what about this, or what about cops that do things that are wrong? What about these government agencies that do things that are wrong? Great. But standing out in front of Starbucks, insulting the customers that are waiting in line isn't the way you fix any of those problems.
Yeah, I agree with that one. Yeah. It's just, I don't know. There's a lot of different factors to it all.
Right.
I mean, we can't point them all out, but I'm not asking for regulation. I'm just asking people to be the
human.
The adult. Really,
Right.
be the adult that we all think you should be, and we should all be. Because really, just acting like some of these people do, it's not helping. You're just causing more chaos.
Yep. I mean, like I said, I think people other than
What's up, Utah?
people other than small channels like me, myself, and other small channels should be the only ones calling it out. If you're in the movement, you see something wrong, you need to make note of it.
Right.
That will show more people that you actually care about what you're doing.
Now, I saw a post on Audit Them's community tab today where it was something about how, like, he's going to start, like, putting these guys on notice, like, that they need to do certain things a certain way. But it's not about any of the stuff we're talking about. It's about, here's why FOIA laws are important, and this is what you need to do. Like, forget everything else and just focus on FOIA, or we're going to tell you guys that you're not part of the system and we're going to rally against you. And it's like, what? What? I don't even get what he was trying to, but I mean, that's Audit Them. All he cares about is FOIA, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, FOIA is important part.
Well, it is, but I mean, like it just made me think of it because you were saying like, yeah, auditors, when they see other auditors doing things the wrong way, should point it out. And it's like, it seems like there's like a movement towards that. But in this case, it's not really what we're talking about. It's for not doing FOIAs more often. Like it has nothing to do with being rude or being nice or acting like an adult or, you know, whatever, trying to actually educate the public. It's just about, oh, just keep pushing the FOIA stuff more. Okay.
Well, I'm actually sitting on waiting on a FOIA request to come back, and the one I'm waiting on, I'm not looking for any of the information on this cop. Nothing. I just want to know, just like everybody else in the city wants to know, is basically who he is, because Fort Worth has a thing that policy of no police chase. Last year, he caused a accident, hit a citizen head on, killed the gentleman, and he's still on the police force. Media can't get his information to release it. He's not been charged. Nothing like that. He's still working, but yet police chase are not allowed in Fort Worth. They're not allowed to commit
Yeah.
a police chase. They're charging the suspect with the citizen's death that he had, yeah, he was in the police chase, but there wouldn't have been a police chase for him to get killed if it
Okay.
wasn't the cop.
I get
And they are not releasing this cop's information whatsoever, anything. I just want to I don't want to put personal information out. I don't want nothing of that. I just want to know. Because the society should know who this guy is, so when they're confronting him, he shouldn't be on the job when he violated police policy.
Right.
You know, that's what, I'm very stickler about being doxxed or doxing anyone. I don't care who they are. You shouldn't dox them, period, because I've been through it. I've gone through it. I've had to deal with it. I've had to call and make police reports for harassment because there's been pervs in my chat or in their chat, and that endangers, because I've seen what happens when you put stuff out online, whether it's true or not. When you put stuff out online, then my audio is messing up.
Just a little bit, yeah. You keep cutting in and out and popping and clocking and.
Let me check the settings.
But I do have to. Like I said, I got to do laundry still, and the laundromat closes in a couple hours, so I do have to go. But when you invited me up, I thought I'd come up, say hi, and actually, I enjoyed talking to you. And
you're welcome up anytime you want. Whether it's something
all about,
a good
communication.
topic, whether it's Therapy Circus, trivia, or just one of my pop-up panels, you're welcome up anytime. You're safe in my chat, so I got you safe in the chat.
No,
you're always welcome here.
All right, thank you. Thank you for having me up, and I'll see you in the morning.
I will try to be there.
All right.
All right.
Good night.
Good
Nice
night.
All right. Good night.
6 o'clock in the morning Central Time, people. If y'all want to go hang out with Ez. So
I was gonna mention another live today that caught my eye, and that was James Freeman. He was doing a live reading all the voice messages that got transcribed by a police station. I guess I got phone calls because he put out a live on something or many somethings. And yeah. I'm like, he's not
condoning. Said, he's pretty much recording the downfall of our country.
Well, there were several of these transcripts that he read off that he didn't admonish the people for it. he kind of laughed it off. And that was kind of irking me a little bit, because that's the very thing we need to start doing, is when people start being, hey, Star.
What's up?
When
What's up,
people
Star?
when people start threatening other people because you made a video about something, that's not a good thing. That's not something that the community should be condoning. It should be calling that out and going, look, we want, education and all this other stuff to happen, but threatening people only sets us back. It never brings us forward.
Yeah. Yeah. See, I missed all the lives today, but and I know there are some OG auditors out there that have been calling, and that's why we got a lot of the drama back and forth here lately. But maybe instead of getting pissy, maybe people ought to think about what somebody's saying before they react. We're letting our reactions to negativity destroy shit. Like I said, it's that ego and pride thing. You can't, it's like people can't take criticism anymore.
Well, that's why I say in a lot of videos that over the years, especially when I'm seeing men arguing with cops and other men, and then you hear the wife or the girlfriend in the background, oh, come on, baby, shut up, let them talk. I also advocate fighting and bringing back dueling, but that's just me.
Some of it's good if you can control it, but just to keep doing live after live after live after live after live because it gets you clicks and views,
I do
I
lives.
don't
Lives. I like talking to people. I like having conversations, not having a video and then having people comment on it. I only do those irregularly now.
well,
I would rather much have a conversation with somebody. I'd rather much talk it out and in an adult manner than just
name call, then start name calling and everything,
yes,
or making threats.
yeah.
In a way, yes, you're right, Hebrew, and welcome in, by the way. In a way, there is no such thing as hate speech, just speech you don't like. But
I beg to differ with that.
I will
I beg to
say,
differ with that on a very
threatening somebody's life or saying someone needs to be killed or hung, or any of that, that is a fine line on hate speech.
There is hate speech, and there's plenty of it out there. People are just constantly. I think we can all agree that neo-Nazism is something that is hate speech, and that it's not something that people don't like. It's something that should be hated by all. And that's there is hate speech.
Well, it goes along those lines of basically pushing people need to be killed and hung, or
Like the Republicans.
I was getting so pissed off with Carolina's chat last weekend. They're over here filming the cops trying to get a dog in a car, and the chat's over here hollering about basically that this cop, that cop, they all need to be hung or killed, or they're just the speech. It was just ungodly. It's like, what the hell is wrong with society? And that, to me, that's not what they're filming the cops trying to wrangle this dog because someone left it tied up to a fence. The cops were being respectful, being nice. They weren't saying, oh, you can't film, go away. They weren't doing any of that. They were having conversation, trying to help, even the person with Carolina was actually helping the cops get and everything. So, and the chat was just going, and some of them I knew, and I was like, I'm about ready to time you out. Because that's not what auditing and what cop watching is about. It's not the hate. We have to control it, especially in your lives.
Well, and Hebrew, I agree that you need to know what they're going on about. You do. I'll give you that, but it has to be classified as hate speech, as hate rhetoric, because that's all it is. It's just built. There's a rage in the young. That's why they get constantly people, because there is a rage in the young, and we don't direct it in a more productive, useful manner as a society. We have failed children for decades now, and directing them in a more positive way of thinking, with all that pent up rage and anger and angst that teenagers have. If we could somehow direct it a little bit, it would go a long way to having a better society in the long run.
Yeah, they're not being taught. They're being rewarded for going out making asses of themselves or tearing shit up.
That's another subject for another day, sis. The prison system is a problem. I get it. It needs to be taken down.
I know.
Oh, why, you lucky bastard?
They're all, but sadly though, really, yeah, they're all different subjects, but they're all part of each other though too.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm
They're
just
all
giving her
part
shit.
of
I'm
it.
just giving
Like
her
I
shit
said,
because she's my sister.
talking about the ethics and morals colliding with laws goes hand in hand with what we're talking about now.
Yep.
So
And you're right, sis. Sending children to adult jail isn't helping, but sending anybody to prison isn't helping. It's not helping at all, and it hasn't done that for a good long while now. But because of all the stuff that continually keeps popping up, we can't focus on the real issues that are affecting everybody's life on a daily basis. And you have those out there who want the system like it is to keep us where we are. And that's not just prison. That's our daily lives. That's our work lives. That's our personal off time life. They want us complicit. They want us to be calm and sheep. They don't want us to be discussing things and learning things and trying
together.
to better society.
They only make money, our elites and everything, they only make money if we're fighting. If we're talking like this, they're not making money. If we're actually coming together and supporting each other, they're not making money.
Yep. And unfortunately, to get to that point where we can really start, a lot of people are going to get angry first. And that's not what we need. We don't need anger. We need understanding, education, and figuring out ways to explain to people that the way it is isn't the way it should be. That we need to move beyond and past this greed that is in everybody's hearts, souls, and minds, and get past that. And we as a species, not as a society, but just as a species, we need to get past that if we are to ever grow and become something better. The empire will never crumble. Long live the empire.
You want to come up, Snark?
The emperor is dead. Long live the emperor.
I dropped the link if you want to come up. And another thing is, like Hez was saying with the one he saw today, and you asked him if he saw the beginning of it. And he probably didn't, because that's not what was put out on the channel. It was clipped and edited to get the good parts, to push narratives, to get certain whoever did it, clipped it to get that narrative out. And that's another big thing. I can't stand. We're all in trouble now. What's up, Hebrew?
What's going on?
How you doing this fine evening?
I'm all right. How you been? It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. You've been busy though.
Oh yeah, no doubt. How's everybody doing this evening?
Voted.
Trying to have some good conversation and work some things out maybe, or bring people together to see other aspects of things.
All
I
right.
know you got lots of stuff to say, so yeah.
Well,
You want to tell
thank
people
you.
exactly your experience first, a little bit, while
Well,
you're.
some know I'm actually mopping the floor in my shop, so you gotta forgive me. So I was listening while I was mopping, but yeah, I got a former Israeli SOF background. I was a dog handler in the IDF in the 90s, and then come back stateside originally out of Miami, Florida. So I grew up in Miami in the 80s and 90s. But once I left South Florida, went into North Florida, and then I became a county commissioner. So I served on the county commission for a little bit. So
That's some good experience.
yeah,
Yep,
so I've been around the
exactly.
block. I've been, to several different countries. I've been out of 5 out of 7 continents. I've seen all kinds of walks of life, good and bad. And me being of Hebrew descent, what I try to explain to people is that, we cannot stifle speech, any form of speech. Okay. Now, what I wrote in the chat there was about explicitly towards Nazis and neo-Nazis. Okay. And the reason why people say, "Oh, we need to shut them down. We need to shut their speech down." Now, I beg to differ in that aspect because we need to have some form of dialogue to better understand the anticipation of their actions. Okay. Now, if we advocate for their speech to be shut down, then the government's going to take everybody's speech, regardless of denomination or political affiliation. You've got to let people speak. Now, there are repercussions for your actions. I'm not saying condone the behavior of advocating for violence. That's a different story, you know. But we need to know what people think. That way we can have an open form of dialogue. And therefore, it would be a better world if we could understand each other and see what's going on. Now, on another note, subject at hand, what I've been seeing going on with the First Amendment auditing is that most have good intentions. Okay, most of the people out there have good intentions, but a lot of them have no clue what they're doing. Okay, they may think they know what they're doing, they actually have no clue, and the actions that they're taking are causing the government to write more draconian laws. And we see it firsthand. And that's when I try to tell people, hey, your angle of approach, your method is obtuse. You're not constructive. You're not helping anybody. Not trying to shut their speech down. But what I'm saying is they're doing nothing to better mankind. Okay. So most of these auditors out here, from what I've been seeing, are actually making monetary supplement from the misery of others. And it's a shame.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment because I've been saying it for years. They're just going to end up making them create laws that hurt us all.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah. So when I get into people's chat and I write in there, run for office. It's not meant as a joke. It's meant as what I'm trying to tell people is, okay, you've gotten to a certain level, you've audited, you've done so much to a certain degree and a certain level. Now take it to the next level. Don't
And that's
become
where
stagnant.
it all falls apart. That's where it all falls apart. Because they go, no, it's too difficult. I don't have this. I got this. Then what are you doing this for? So yeah, I get where you're coming.
Right. So you've explored an avenue that's almost an endless avenue. There's no end. Okay. So if you're gonna endeavor in these fields, then you've got to be committed to go all the way.
And that's where most of the auditing community is stuck. They don't want to, because the clicks and views get them what they want and like.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's all temporary.
Yeah.
Or they
You know.
finally get arrested the first time or 2 times, and they see how much money it takes, and they back out. Because they're not actually willing to take that arrest when it comes down to it.
Yeah, because you're not making any money out of that, and if you do, you're taking money from other things that could have helped the community. Now you're depriving the community of that.
Yeah.
Well, that's like when I was on the county commission seat in Florida, and I was a part of a group of commissioners and of constituents of the town. And we ended up creating what was called the Second Amendment sanctuaries. Okay, that started in Florida. I don't care what anybody else says, you can look it up. Started in Florida. Okay, and what we did was we put it in writing that we would not use any funds at a local level to support the federal government to come in and confiscate weapons. Okay, there has to be a crime committed. Then they can do what they have to do. As long as there's a crime committed, then you can open an investigation and do what you got to do. But you're not going to come in here and you're not going to confiscate weapons at will. Now, I'm going to pull somebody's name out the hat, and they may be listening and their people may be listening, but I hope they are. This armed fisherman guy. Okay. Now, what the armed fisherman is.
My best friend. You're about to be my best friend.
Okay, so the armed fisherman, his angle of approach is obtuse. Okay. Now, in the beginning, he may have had good intentions to hold the government accountable, X, Y, and Z, all pertaining to. But once he reached a certain degree, he actually became a detriment to society. When you get pulled over and you got empty beer cans everywhere. Now, let's say, for instance, let's play devil advocate and say, let's say he was not drunk or intoxicated at the time of the arrest. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt. Let's say he wasn't. Okay, the sheer optics alone will give the government power to stifle the people's speech who are engaged in that subject. I worked too hard to help create what's called Second Amendment sanctuaries. It went from county to state, and then several other states picked it up. We didn't do that with a bunch of beer cans hanging out of our vehicles. Okay. Now, when you go up and you sue the cities and you sue the counties that arrest you for exercising a right, just because you can, should you? We've been open carrying in Florida 30 years before this guy even came out on YouTube. 30 years we've been doing that. Okay, but there was a method on how we did it. We didn't instigate an argument. We didn't go out and entice or fish after these people to violate our rights. Okay. So out of all that time in Florida, we were open carrying. Not one time did we ever get arrested. Not once. Okay. So again, the guy's intention in the beginning may have been true. I'm not saying that he's a bad guy or an evil person. I'm just saying the things that he is doing is going to cause the government to write more draconian laws. Why give the government fuel? And that's exactly what he has done. He has no clue in the annals of government what they're plotting and planning because of his actions acutely.
I totally agree.
I see it because I fought against it.
Yep.
Oh, you're breaking up bad.
You know, sorry about that. I'm walking to the other side of the shop. Let me put you on mute for a minute, and I'm going to walk to the other side and get situated. We'll talk. I'll stay on, but give me a couple minutes.
All right. And I totally agree. I saw exactly that. You know, once you start holding that camera, you got to be professional in your whole, because then your life, just like a movie star or something, your life becomes under the microscope. Everything you do and say is looked at and worshipped, or you know, whether it's good or bad, it's is looked at. Our young people are following when you're someone, even if you only have a 5,000 subscriber channel or a million subscriber channel, your life is looked at once you turn that camera on, once you jump on YouTube or TikTok. You know,
Yeah,
everything you
that's
do.
why I don't like. That's why I don't like to push him in there. He tried that on me, and I was just like, "What? Why? What? I'm just calling you out because you're a moron, dude. You don't gotta fucking cut me to pieces and shit."
You know, you have to look at what you're doing, whether you intend to do that or not. You know, you have to. Everything has an impact especially once you become YouTube famous and making a name and people know you. Because, like you said, armed fisherman, he hurt that side. You know, if you're gonna drink in your home. Don't get caught. Because I don't know. Again,
Sorry, I'm making a drink.
but I definitely, like I said, though, if I can't see I don't care if it's a 5 hour long stream, I don't want to see cut up videos pushing narratives from one side or the other. I just don't. I want to see the whole thing. Give me the whole friggin' clip, video, or don't show it. You're not gonna show the whole thing. Good. And if you know, get the full story before you even put it out there. Well, everybody say, well, citizen journalists, which is a thing. Everybody is a citizen journalist.
Yeah, but the government doesn't think so.
No, actually, because this came straight from AI, so
Well,
they actually recognize the people as citizen journalists. It is a thing.
This is coming from what the live today from Denver Metro is. They went there as, you know,
Yep.
and they were turned away. They were pushed away almost.
But
Well,
didn't you say it wasn't just didn't you say it wasn't just them that were pushed away? It was a lot of people.
No, I think it was just them. I think it was just them because they were trying to get into this public meeting with the mayor, and they weren't letting them in with cameras. But there were, you know, media was there, and they were there with cameras. I told them, just make up a fake freaking. It's so easy to make up a fake press pass because they're all fake when you think about it.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, they start pushing hard enough, and people, like Hebrew said, they'll probably create a department of press, and then we're all screwed.
Well, you know, exercising your right. Okay, so again, like I say, just because you can, should you? You see what I'm saying? So if you're going to press a matter, yes, everybody has the right, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of congregation, the right of the press, because we the people are the press. It says we the people. It doesn't abridge to independence or verify. Okay, for thousands of years, who do you think were writing the hieroglyphs on the walls? The people, and that was a form of journalism. And throughout history, the governments have oppressed the journalists on an independent level because that's how they stifle the speech. That's how they mold the scenarios and the agendas. Just like when, I'll give you an example, Abraham Lincoln, okay? Abraham Lincoln, everybody talks about how such a great president he was. I beg to differ, okay? If you look at his historical factors, next to Obama, Lincoln was the worst at locking up people in the press, the people who were writing stories and doing journalistic activities. And Lincoln was a tyrant. He really was. If you look at his historical factory, not just the rhetoric, read the math. Okay? So again, we fast forward to today, and these people that will claim journalism, okay, yeah, you have the right to do it, okay, but it's all about your angle of approach. Your angle of approach is the most important thing, okay? So if you're constantly rude,
that comes from age.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's what we're that brings it around again and again is that the older generations aren't teaching the younger generations the right things, and even the younger generations aren't listening because they think that the older generations are old. As we've seen of late in Washington, calling all the people in Washington rather old, there is a wisdom that comes with age, whether the young want to think that or not. Their emotions don't sometimes overrides their better judgment.
Well, that's been from the dawn of time. Young people.
Yeah, I know, but that's what we're up.
But and if you look at the science aspect of it, okay, so the human cranium does not completely form or seal until you're 9 years of age, okay? But your brain, the human brain, does not mature until you're about 40 years of age.
Well, they say 27, but yeah, from personal experience, yes, I agree with that.
but this is countries around the world throughout the history of time. Most of them agree that your brain doesn't mature until you're 40 years of age. That's why it's prescribed not to lead congregation or not to engage in government activities until you're 40 years of age, because your brain is not mature enough to grasp the concepts of what's going on. Immaturity and then quick temper, you're quick to rather cuss at the person than to engage in them in intellectual conversation.
You're breaking up something.
And I noticed a difference. Sorry about that.
Is that better?
A little better.
There you go.
Okay. But at no time do I want to discourage anybody from getting involved and trying to do the right thing.
Oh,
but
yeah.
But hold the measure of accountability. If you can't hold yourself accountable, how are you going to hold the government accountable?
Yep. And that's where it kind of, again, falls apart, because there's a lot out there that don't hold themselves, let alone anyone else, accountable.
Yeah. The ego and the pride gets in the way.
Right. Well, this is one of the reasons why that I never grew my channel. When I hear people say, "Oh, I subscribe to you," I actually encourage people to unsubscribe from it. Okay. because I want them to explore, listen to what I have to say, don't believe a word I say, explore it for yourselves. Explore it for yourselves. And it can be done. It doesn't take much. It just takes, for the lack of a better word, audacity. It takes the audacity to get involved.
Yeah. And like everybody else, we all have reasons that why we can't.
Sure.
And mine is that I've been to some council meetings, or some city hall meetings. They're boring as hell. Who the hell would want to do that? It's much better if I'm out there filming something that's exciting and normal. I mean, literally, they're just yakking away at each other, and they don't even pay attention to you when you're talking in the first place.
Well, and I talked to my brother one time about that, because I used to come home from these county commission meetings exhausted, tired. I mean, just totally beat. And it's not so much as a physical expenditure, but if you're doing the right thing, you're exhausting the mental capacity. It takes an incredible amount of energy to sit there and listen to the bullshit and cut through the bullshit and compute it and be able to give an answer in a blink of an eye.
Yeah.
Most of those, not all, but most of those people there are there for selfish or altruistic measures. They're not there to help people. I was there to help people, and my record reflects for itself. When y'all pull my record, the record reflects for itself.
That it does.
I mean, that's admirable.
Okay.
And that's something that, you should be proud of. But people like to look down on all that stuff because, oh, you're old, you don't know what you're talking about, blah, blah, blah.
And I think that might be why a lot of the councils and stuff are starting to kick people out. It's because they got an agenda, and when you stray from it, or they're wanting to get in and get out, and they're already
well, you got to think
a lot of stuff.
When approaching that type of atmosphere, you got to also remember that time is of the essence. Time is of the essence. So it's very crucial, and that's why things are agendized, so they can get as much constructively done in a short amount of time. Now, again, during the open discussion sessions, yeah, you can bring up any subject, okay? Or if you have an issue to bring to the government ahead of time, put it on the agenda. Because once your discrepancy to the government has been agendized, there's nothing that they could do to stop you.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, it has a paperclip agenda to it.
So it pretty much goes back. You can't, you gotta do the right way of going about, even when you're going to see councils and, bringing your grievances. It has to be done the right way.
Yeah, but the right way is the slow.
And I would tell people all the time, when
It's not fast enough. It's not fast enough.
It's slow. Yeah. Well, it's slow and methodical for a reason. Okay. Mm-hmm. Because remember, you're dealing with a lot of people's lives and a delegation of a budget. You cannot just make a change on a whim. You know what I'm saying? So, like say for instance, if you have a discrepancy with the county or city or whatever, and you want to bring your subject that's pertaining to you and your constituents, put it on the agenda. Make it official. Go through the proper channels, so that way you have healthy and legal argument.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I get like Good Citizen and you people, they're fighting the corruption and stuff. So a lot of times they're not gonna put that stuff on the agenda. They don't want to talk about it.
But
so
see,
sometimes
there's legal methods and there's angles of approach in which they cannot ostracize you. Okay. Now, I've talked with Good Citizen Media, and I've talked with them guys when they had that issue with the felon that was working for the city or county, and he had a weapon. He was like a code enforcer or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I was trying to explain to them how to go about it and do it properly, get it agendized, put it in black and white. But instead of doing that, they chose to listen to people who came into their chat and then came on their channel and just made a circus out of it. And that's when I pulled out. I said, well, if you're going to follow that, you're going to go nowhere. Therefore, I can't help you no more. So I pulled away from them guys. I said, hey, I tried to help you. You didn't listen. So I'm not going to continue to be a detriment to anybody. So they continued on doing what they're doing, and look where they're still at. They're still stuck. I'm not saying they're bad guys. I'm not saying they're evil. I'm just saying they're going to go nowhere because of their angle of approach.
Well, they have gotten some cops and stuff exposed, so you know they're
Yeah,
stuck, but they feel the
yeah,
drama side along with doing the good thing.
yeah,
They
but I mean,
need to
again,
get out of
their
drama.
intention is good. Their intention is good. But if you're complaining about certain subjects that require a certain angle or a certain avenue to explore, you can't make a circus out of it. You
Yeah.
can't. It could, because then you become buffoonish. You become a buffoon when you do that. And then once you do that, now the government's going to look at you and say, these people aren't serious. They're not serious at all. And they're going to treat you as such.
Yep. And they're gonna pass laws like you were saying. They're gonna pass laws
Yep.
that restrict it. Everything has to be done a certain way when dealing with it.
Yep.
So, but no, like I said, I'm not saying again. I think what they're doing is good, and we have that mentality. We want things done on our time schedule instead of the time schedule that it takes.
Well, that's just like I gave advice to Carolina, and Carolina actually took that advice and word for word, she went up in front of the county commission and she said exactly what I told her to say. And so what happened? They opened up an investigation. They have OIG involved. Okay. So some things, like I say, may be comical. And yes, if you're there to make money on YouTube and make a circus out of it, so be it. That's not my thing. Because in the end, what you're doing is you're not hurting anybody but the taxpayers. Not one person out of all these people in these 7 years I've been out here on YouTube, not one person has gone after the bonds of these public officials or police. Not one. Look, I put a state attorney and 2 of his assistants in federal prison. Okay. I got an open investigation federally on a sheriff in Florida. Okay. And how we did it is we went after their bonds. Go after them personally.
Let me clarify. He means their bonds, not their personal life.
Well, see, the bond, the bond allows you to open up so that way you can sue them personally. Okay. Now, if you just sue a police officer or you sue a public official, the only body, even if you win the case, the people who you're suing is the taxpayer. So are you truly winning? Are you truly making a significant stance in society? I think not. You're only hurting our fellow taxpayers. Okay, they're not the ones at fault. Okay, but if you go after their bonds and you have their bonds rejected, revoked, or rescinded, okay, then therefore they're okay. So any police officer in the United States, whether they be a sheriff, a constable, Department of Public Safety, police officer, any public official elected to office has to be bonded to hold that office or wear a badge. Okay, so it's like an insurance company. Okay, so basically what it pertains to is they must act in good faith. If they don't act in good faith, then they have gone against the breach of contract or gone for a breach of contract of their bonds. You can have their bond rejected on an accusation. You don't even have to have evidence. Just a sheer accusation can have their bond revoked. If their bond is revoked, they can't hold office or wear a badge. Hold on, I'm gonna put myself on mute. I'm walking.
Sounds like he's washing dishes. But I totally agree. Like I said, but the phrase, he didn't say go after, put out all their personal information. He said you go after their bonds. You know, doxing people for
That's what
clicks
I
and
say.
views.
Go after them personal.
Do what?
Go after them personal, civil, because
Yeah.
that's where you're going to hurt the cop the most. If get them to pay attention a lot better if you take away their boat and their house and their dog and their car and their wife and everything else.
Yeah. But just to go out and slander them online, that's not doing nothing but pissing off society.
Yeah.
That's just clicks and views. It's not making no change. Because if you got somebody out here that truly believes all cops need to die, and you put that information out, I'm sorry, but I'm going to feel bad if I happen to do it, or if it's allowed, I allow it on my chat to put somebody's information out, and then some idiot goes out and actually fulfills it. That's going to bother me. You ain't going to use my platform for your disruption, for the destruction. I don't know how you feel about that, but
Well, sorry.
what, Heber?
No, I was gonna say, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just unmuted.
I think I'm pretty much done. Like I said, it's just that bothers me when I see how can they live with themselves, especially if some idiot out here that does what they say. I'm not, in my opinion, I'll get the information, but I ain't gonna make it easy for anybody to do harm. If you want to do harm, do it yourself. You go out and pay the money to get the FOIA, to get the information, look it up. My research ain't for that.
Man, that's a big storm. You going to be okay there, Hebrew?
No, I'm not in Florida anymore. I'm in Texas now.
Yeah, that's a big storm. That's taking up most of the Gulf.
Yeah, I still got people there in that area there that are all heading up into Georgia, into the mountains.
Yeah.
I saw it. The path of it today showed it was going just west of Atlanta on the 28th. So.
Go in between the Swing River, out.
You're buffering again. Couldn't get you.
Can you hear me?
No, a little bit, yeah.
Wow, that thing's huge. Holy crap.
Yeah. So I'm glad I'm not in Florida anymore.
It doesn't look like it's even going to really hit, but maybe the outer edges. They're thinking it might go up past Florida, at least according to this one place. Jeez. Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the ocean. I say we nuke it.
Huh.
I just want to see one try at it. Can we just try once?
No, not with a nuke. No.
Come on.
Because that's not going to just take out the storm.
One tiny itty bitty nuke.
It's not just going to take out the storm. It's going to take out people. And I care about people.
No, you do it way out in the ocean, it won't matter.
Nah, I beg to differ.
Okay, how about this?
Got a range.
A couple of barges full of TNT at the bottom. Just a couple of barges. We drive them on in, go on out, blow them up, see if it does anything.
I think they've actually tried that a few times, haven't they?
I don't know. I'll have to look it up.
I mean, I agree. I agree with Boston on that.
Well,
People put other people's information out because they don't care. But if you're going to be out here, you're going to be out here because you're trying to make a difference. You should care. You got to care about your fellow human. Oh, it's Texas. Texas doesn't like talking using the internet. They always try to cut us off. They don't like him talking. But I listen every time that man opens his mouth because he's got a lot of wisdom. And that stupid humans has muted himself watching the weather.
You know, I'm looking to see if we ever tried to bomb. And though we haven't tried, people suggest it every year. And we have been seeding clouds with silver iodide for some reason to try to stop it. But they did that for 30 years. Wait,
isn't there a HARP station like on the coast in Alabama or something?
I don't know.
I think I saw somewhere a few years ago
Okay,
that there's
Kendra,
a
I
HARP.
agree with that one. I agree with that one right there. I want to audit an auditor that's auditing an auditor. I want to do that though. I want to see. I would like to see that actually. Is somebody
Actually there is people out there that does that. They're called agent provocateurs. They go out to audit the auditor on the street, but they're out for in the nefarious reasons they're doing it. They're not doing it for the right reasons. They're out to get clicks and views for their video. So there's ethics and stuff. It's just not against the auditors. It's the ones that's trying to show the negativities too. You gotta hold your professionalism and everything. Oh, he's back. And he's back. So
sorry about that.
If you like I said, because I watch a lot of them. I love Uncle Artie's stuff because he just makes me laugh, and he doesn't go too far either. It's just fun back and forth and everything. So, but do what, hey, bro? Are you back?
No, I'm back. Yep. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Sound better.
You're purple.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't get on many streams much lately. I've been really busy out here. Really busy. Greenhouses and.
I've seen you on a few.
Yeah, it's been a while though. I can't remember actually. I mean, I think I talked with PDF and Badman out of Israel was the last one I was on.
Yeah, he really don't do a lot of panels. He only pops in a few chats. But I can't say we do have one auditor that did do that ran for office, and it was invited because they had empty slots 3 months later after the election. So I think he took the position.
Thought that's
You
what
know,
AFA was going for.
that's what it was, and they came back like a couple weeks ago. He put out a video that they called him to take one of the positions.
So it
So
was probably a vacant seat. He applied for a
yeah, they
vacant
had
seat.
the stuff came out that the people that were in office on the council were not the right people. They had some discrepancies in there and everything. You have to watch his live. So,
Yeah. Did you see
yeah,
the
granted
video?
it's just a town council select board position, but it's a step. He's got a list, like a bucket list from hell that he wants to try to get done for the people in the schools and stuff.
Right.
But he did it. He didn't
Good.
win, but they called him back because they had open positions because of the stuff that came out about the people in office.
Well, what they'll do is they'll probably hold an interview and then they'll do a nomination. You know, who the other people who are sitting on the seats there hold a kind of like a public, kind of like what I went through in San Antonio. Did you see that
Uh
video?
huh. Yeah, I
Yeah.
watched it. I was watching.
Did you
I
hear
was
what I told them?
Uh huh. Yep.
But
Yeah.
yeah, so I can understand the process that he's going through. So he'll have to go through a nomination process, and yeah, if his heart's in the right place, and if he's the person for the job, then why not?
Yep. But like I said, but he at least he stepped up and did it, which
Right.
because he wants to make change now that he's got a family and he wants the best for him. So, and I applaud him. He's supporting that family with his YouTube and he's making change. So
You that's a good thing.
he's sometimes he goes back to the drama every once in a while. But everybody slips, but he's supporting that family and doing he's trying to do the right thing now. So gotta applaud him for trying. And you're gonna piss people off, like we said earlier. You're gonna piss people off. That's not avoidable.
No, it's not, and you've got to have thick skin, you know, and when I like you were saying earlier how people are categorizing all police or all politicians or I kind of beg to differ of the aspect of not all. See, in science, nothing is 100% ever. Nothing is absolute. That's why they come up with the theory 99.999%. Okay, because there's always that room for logical error. So the same thing with politics and the police and things of that nature. And when I hear people say like Joe Cool and I were talking one time, he says all cops. I said, have you met all the cops? Have you actually sat and talked with these people? When I got on the county commission seat there in Florida, okay, 33, the day after I got elected, 33 sheriffs quit, 33 deputies. Just quit, okay? So I wasn't concerned about the ones who quit. I was concerned about the ones who stayed. And that's what my focus was on, because the ones that quit were not the bad guys. The ones that stayed were. And those are the ones I went after. I didn't go after the guy trying to support his family and just taking the job that, whatever he could do is a cop. Not all people are bad. You can't categorize, because if you think like that, if you think in that measure and you practice your daily operations in that, you know, the government's got you right where they want you. They got you.
I think it's more of a lack of understanding of the words that they want to use and the words that they do use. More than just that. I think a lot of them know that it's not all cops, but it is a vast majority of the ones that you come into contact with.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
And also, those words also are trending words.
Yeah.
You use
Well,
those words.
they're easy words to say, but I
well,
don't think
it shows the extent of their vocabulary, okay, and it shows the extent of their thought processing, okay. That's why I implore people to explore languages, okay. People say, oh, this is America, they should learn English. Yes, I agree with that, but you should also learn other people's languages, because if you can speak other languages, that means you're thinking on multiple parallels at the same time.
I know how to say 8 different languages, but that doesn't mean I speak them.
Right, but the language of the government. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if you can endeavor by learning their language, then you can communicate better. Then you can also not set yourself, just like, God forbid, when I get pulled over, which has been a very long time, I'm gonna knock on wood, and they get behind you and they read your tag and they see all the different licensing I have. I've got an FFL SOT, you know, so I mean, I drive around with a war wagon. So when the cops come up to me and they'll say the same routine, any guns or drugs in the vehicle, I tell them yes. None of your business. Oh, it's my right. None of that. Do you have any guns or drugs in your car? Yes, I do. Okay. So what you have to learn their language, and you have to speak their language to them. Yeah, you have the right to bear arms, of course. You may have a concealed weapons permit. That's great. You may have a federal firearms license, even better. But at the same time, none of that matters, because your fight is not with the cop. Your fight is with the judge or jury. So you got to know their language and their angle of approach, and how they all sound the same. They have a routine that they throw at you. So you've got to learn their language and speak their language, so therefore you keep yourself out of trouble. My vehicles have never been searched. The times I've been pulled over, every single time I'm pulled over, my vehicles never get searched. They're not even asking for anything. They're just looking at you and make sure you're not impaired. Why? Angle of approach. Sir, do you have any guns or drugs in the car? Yes, I do.
Which one?
And exactly. Because what it does is it throws it back in their lap. Okay. Now, I have never had that happen to me, but if they ask me, get out of the vehicle, we want to search your vehicle, great. You have probable cause? Oh, yeah, you do have probable cause? Okay, a warrant shall be issued upon probable cause. You have probable cause, great. It's 4 a.m, call the judge, wake his ass up and get a warrant. Probable cause does not give them the legal measure to search your vehicle. Look, I used to work with anti-terrorist groups. I've trained SOF operators and I've trained sheriffs. Probable cause does not give them the legal avenue of exploration to search your vehicle. You have to read the Constitution and the state bylaw you live in. It will not be.
You know how I avoid that? You know how I avoid all of that? I don't own a car.
Yeah,
So
but
that's nonsense by not owning a car.
Well, I mean, that's you know, that's a good measure. You know, I mean, you don't have that that concern.
Yeah.
concern doesn't bother you, right?
And I don't.
That's
I'm
understandable.
not out. I'm not out all hours of the night like I used to be. So there's another. I keep my nose clean.
You don't put yourself in that situation.
Yo, don't like it. I don't like talking to cops because you're already. As soon as they start questioning, you're like, "What did I do? I didn't do nothing."
Yeah.
Wasn't me. I didn't do it, officer. I swear, I wasn't even by that school.
And that's what he was saying, though. There's a lot of it coming out there that you can just be walking down the street and they come up because someone called and didn't like the way you were dressed, or you were doing something that was out of the norm now, that they think is norm, and they don't like it, and the cops are harassed. There's a lot of it before the internet and that now. So
Yeah, I'm not happy with the internet right now. I'm almost want to have a recall on it.
but it's definitely not like some of the other lives I've done. It's definitely the internet's definitely not taking us in a good direction, because people aren't putting themselves first and holding themselves accountable, and they're just coming out for the clicks and the views.
Well, that's where I boil it down to. Um, just because you have the right to do something, should you? Okay. Be careful in your angle of approach.
Yep.
Yeah, you got the right to freedom of speech. Okay. I agree with it 100%. Absolutely. This is America. It's what it's all about. Okay. But learning when to pick, pick and choose your battles. You got to pick and choose your battles. You know how many times I'm out in society and I want to tell people to go fuck themselves?
I can imagine.
Oh,
but I just, kind of nonchalantly turn the other cheek. As long as you don't touch me, you can say whatever you want. I could care less. I'm 48 years old, but I'm going on 75. You know what I mean? So it takes a lot to get me to react to something in that measure. But pick and choose your battles. You don't have to argue with everybody. You don't have to be a jackass every time or jump off of bumpers of cars, police cars, to prove a point. Come on now, how logical is that?
Jumping off police cars, and I'm sorry, but I'm gonna jump off a police car like before. What if they happen to move that car just as you're fixing to jump? Splat. Then I'm getting hurt.
But what point does that prove? The only thing it does is it allows the government to view you in a different angle. That, number one, this guy's a moron. Number two, we're not going to listen to anything he says. You're not going to have any kind of constructive rapport built.
Yep.
Well, that's like I remember sitting with my grandfather one time, and he was a Holocaust survivor. He's since passed on. It's been about 10 years now, but him and I used to have conversations, and we would listen to different people talk and stuff like that. And he'd pull me to the side, and he'd be like, "Now you know why Dr. Oppenheimer built that bomb." Because all of his scientist buddies are sitting around the room, and they're like, "Man, these people are fucking nuts. We got to do something quick."
Yeah.
it was bound to happen sooner or later once the atom was split in the first place.
Well, all they did was rediscover it. It's been around for thousands of years. I mean, nuclear weapons have been around for a very long time. But the advent of technology, they just rediscovered it. Actually, it was Madame Curie, a Jewish French woman. She discovered it or rediscovered it on accident, actually. But that type of stuff has been around for thousands of years.
You hear about the wooden reactor they made?
A
Back
wood
in the-
reactor.
Yes, they made a wooden reactor.
Yeah.
That
Well,
ain't going well.
well, they've got, like you look at, there's ancient cities off the coast of India that are completely submerged by the ocean now, but they're all glassified. You can look up a term, what's called Libyan desert glass. So there's glass that has radioactive properties that's out in the middle of the desert. And they don't know where it came from. There was no cities or structures there, or nothing like that. So, I mean, nuclear weapons have been around for a very, very long time.
I ain't heard none of that. That's
Oh, yeah.
that's or better yet, that's not in the Bible.
Well, but if you look at Sodom and Gomorrah, okay,
Oh, that one, yeah.
and right, and so they've actually went to those cities, and I'm trying to remember the exact term that it's called when a nuclear explosion happens and everything's glassified. I can't remember the term for that. It's been a long day.
Classification.
Yeah, but there's a specific term when it's involving nuclear blast, radioactive blast. So there's a specific term for it, but it basically is glassification, turns everything into glass. And yeah, they've got places off the coast of India that they found, places in Bolivia, in the Libyan desert, Sodom and Gomorrah over there in Iraq. So these places were subjected to nuclear blast.
Huh. Well, I'd like to see that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he's saying. Don't take his word, because if he knows about it, then it's out there on the internet. You just have to go find it.
It's only
To kind of give you like a dive into my mindset on how I know those type of specific things. My father was a coder and decoder for Pershing class nuclear missiles. So basically, during the Cold War, my father would travel all over Europe and he would code and decode Pershing nuclear missiles, Pershing class. So I had a brush with the nuclear field at a very early age with it.
My mother built nuclear missiles, so.
Okay. Well, if she's still around, mention to her Pershing, like General Pershing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they have a Pershing 1 and Pershing 2. So she may have been involved with that as well. How y'all doing?
She only got top secret clearance a year after, and when she found out she was building parts to nuclear missiles, she quit.
Okay.
Her morals got in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in talking to because my father and my mother split at an early age. Okay. When I was 8 years old when my father left, and
I got to beat my left when I was 5.
oh man, I'm sorry for your luck, man.
Oh no, dude, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
But later on in life, as I got older, I would talk with my mother as she was dying, and I would ask her questions about my father. And I said, well, why did he do what he did? Because he wasn't on drugs or anything. He simply lost his mind. Okay. And my mother said, it's simple. She said, think about every morning you go to work and you code or decode a Pershing missile. On that missile, there's 10 warheads. So you have the potential of destroying 10 cities. Okay. So let's average it 1 million per. So you have an average of 10 million people's lives in your hand on a daily basis. Would that not drive you crazy?
Make me.
And I never thought of, yeah, man. And I never thought about it like that until she said that. And she said, that's why your father went crazy, is because every day he would get a teledex from the Pentagon, and he doesn't know if he's going to shoot the missile or not. He's just got to type the code in there. And so you got 10 million people in the palm of your hand all their lives.
Well, it depends on where you explode it.
Right, you know, but the potential.
Sorry, I know a lot about them.
Right. But I never knew the reason why my father left my mother with 4 children. I really never knew.
I
But
knew
when
why
she
Mom
broke it
left.
down like that,
Douchebag.
it blew me out the water. And so that's what cautioned me on when I dive into subjects. You know what I mean? I really am cautious on what and how I learn.
Yeah, you got to have,
Because I tell
skepticism in anything that you learn from any source.
But you know, I mean, if we can have a personal conversation face to face, and I'll be honest with you, I'll look you right in the eyes. The stuff that I know and that's underneath my belt, man, I don't know how I'm not crazy a long time ago. So I have to be very kind and loving and trustworthy.
Well, you have to appear
Sure.
that you're listening, that you're trustworthy, that you are an understanding person. But you have to have your skepticism, because
Naturally.
we know ourselves. We know us humans know that us humans are fallible.
Sure, no doubt. I mean, we're precious creatures. We're not impregnable.
Oh yeah.
So we have to hold ourselves with having compassion for human life. You know, whenever we do, we got to have compassion for human life.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying be a sucker and be a victim. You know, but
Yeah.
we're in a tight spot, man, and people really just don't know or want to know the magnitude that our society is in right now. They really don't.
Nope.
They have no clue.
I got a bunch of people that just they won't watch a lot of my videos, or like these streams. They don't want to be a part of it. They don't even want to watch because they don't want to hear it. They don't want to. They want to live their life the way they are, and I get it that we all want that, but you got to know what's going on. That's why I have the different series I have. I bring the stuff that I get from Telegram about Russia and Ukraine that John does, because he can't come out on YouTube anymore.
Right.
So I bring that out there. I show the different stuff. I show that he's able to walk around Russia and what he sees and hears and puts out, I put it out here. Because there are people that want to hear it, and there's people who don't. And I get it. I don't hold you responsible that you have to watch every dang thing I do. But you got you need to know what's going on.
But you gotta have the information flow, so that way you could disseminate for yourself. You could see what's going on and make that measure a calculated measure of information yourself. And it should be available, uninterrupted.
I started the circus that it was going to be drama. I was going to bring the drama back because over half of my subscribers came from the drama community. But I did that the first couple of shows, and I'm like, you know what? I don't want it to. So now I'm doing the topics. I want discussion. And that's the way it's been the last 3 episodes. And we don't get a lot of views. We don't get a lot, but it's out there, and we're both sides are discussing things and talking, and that's what I like. Like today.
And those are the
do what? Sorry.
Well, those are the those are the structures that people are gravitated to, who are actually going to do good things for their fellow man. Anybody can create a channel and just have a bunch of owner. Anybody can do that. But can you hold a constructive conversation that's going to help somebody better? That's the hard part.
Yep. Just like I say, I'd like to one day get monetized, but I know I'll never do it because I ain't gonna lie, it will help me out. But I'd rather, if I can do what I'm doing right now and just be who I am, and if I can change at least one person's way of looking at things, in my book, that's a win.
Absolutely. I can agree with that.
If I can get somebody to look back at what they did a month ago or 2 months ago, you know, that's a win in my book. You know, that's what I want to see. I want to see people coming together and talking. And enjoying things, enjoying life together.
Well, I mean, that's how you learn. You know, you converse with different people of different magnitudes, and you know, like I have a neighbor who's literally he's an idiot savant. Okay, and the guy can't even tie his shoes, but he can play. You name the song, and he can pull the violin out and play that song. Okay, so I'll sit and talk with the guy. He's what I think 19, going on 20, something like that. And so when I'm out in the yard or I'm target practicing or whatever else, I'll bring the guy over and tell your dad you're coming over, X, Y, Z. And it's interesting to talk because it's how do I want to explain it? It's like there's a certain filter there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's not. How do I want to say this? Trying to look for the better word, but he's not brainwashed or poisoned by society. Okay, what the guy says is coming from the heart. You know, so I enjoy those type of conversations with people in which I'm being taught by an idiot savant on how to better listen to people, how to read mannerisms, how to be more patient in my approach when I talk with this person. And it's actually made me a better person. If, believe it or not, an idiot savant has made me a better person.
Yep.
It's a good story.
Everybody has their gifts and can actually teach you something.
Sure.
So.
No doubt.
He's all petered out now. Tell.
I'm great with patience as long as I'm by myself. As soon as that anxiety kicks in when I get around people.
Yeah, I stopped being. I mean, I'm kind of loud when I'm shopping or something like that, but when I'm around crowds of people, I shut up and listen.
Mm-hmm.
You learn a whole lot more by just listening, being just a little bit patient with yourself, and you can find out all sorts of things.
You know, I like sometimes just sitting off to myself, watching people.
Yep. Again, it's part of the learning.
Going into a store though, with the crowds, or sitting in a fast food restaurant, I can't do that anymore. It's too close proximities.
Well, the variables are endless. You know, the more that the crowd, the more variables are multiplied, and the possibilities are endless. It could be a detriment in some aspects.
Mm-hmm.
IDIC.
Yep. And that's why we have a lot of people on disabilities, because it's got their depression or anxiety's gotten to the point they can't function unless they're alone.
Yep.
So, lost a lot of good people because of it.
Yep.
Freaking crickets.
Crickets.
I can hear your crickets.
Oh goodness.
It gotta be Hebrews, because there's no crickets around here.
Yeah, it's probably mine.
I hear them all the time here. I can't stand them. I hate crickets. That's one insect in the whole world I do not like. Cricket.
I got wood roaches.
Huh.
I got a jumping spider. I just found a jumping spider by my door. He's cute.
So I got a couple more minutes before I check in. Do y'all have any questions for me? I know Keeves, your other guests. I really can't see the screen, so I can't see your name.
I think most people, only one's chatting really is Joe, and
Yeah, I think he's the only one left in there.
he's just keeping the chat going for me.
So can you think of any questions you had for me since the last time we've talked? It's been a while.
I think you pretty much answered it on the last. Yeah, I think yesterday when I went live, when I was asking how the Israel and stuff was doing. Because I know you get some information. I know you can't tell us all deep stuff, but I think you pretty much answered all that. So
yeah, there's some things that I cannot talk about, but there are some things that I can. Fair warning, okay, healthy fair warning. Just keep your eyes open here in the United States because there are credible threats here. Okay, this is not just gift of gab. There are actual credible threats here in the United States, and that's pertaining to the group that starts with an H.
I think everybody's worried about that for a long time.
Well, they are here. And so that's why the increase has happened over there in Israel. And what a lot of people aren't understanding is that Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, and Iraq are working with Israel to get rid of the H group.
They're going, I don't want to start a big fight, but they're going a little overboard with it.
No, matter of fact, they're actually cushioning the blow. It could be much worse. They're actually I mean, you have the right to disagree. That's understandable. I'm not going to hold you to it. But if you have the background that I have, and in the circle that I'm in, we're actually cushioning the blow.
Do civilians have to die, though? Do children have to die?
It's unfortunate, but the way that their tactics are applied, unfortunately, I don't like it. I don't agree with that portion of it. But in order to preserve innocent life, okay, so if these people are embedding themselves, deeply embedding themselves, look, Israel contemplated the Samson protocol. Okay, that has never happened in world history. Israel was telling Iran and everybody else, you better slow down or we're going to push the button. You have got to slow down. And it sucks. It hurts, you know, and I've lost a lot of friends on both sides. I know people in Lebanon that are dead. I know people that in Palestine who have died. And it's horrible.
Well, it's the what is it? The optics of it aren't great.
But we're only getting a fraction of the view here in the United States.
I understand.
Yeah,
that.
we're only getting what they want us to see.
I don't listen to our news anymore. Okay, I listen to pretty much just you know, the internet stuff that I can get off of YouTube, and what my wife shows me from the Japanese television and the German television that I get from DW.
Right.
And it's the optics to me. The whole thing is just. I don't think we should be killing kids. I don't think that's right.
I agree.
In any warfare,
Absolutely.
like that. That's
But
the only thing.
It's like Ukraine going in and basically embedding themselves in residential housing in Donbass and areas.
Right.
You know.
Well, you know, again, the complexities involved in both theaters, in
Yes.
Israel and in Ukraine, the complexities involved. And, you know, what people don't realize is that it's not traditional warfare of what we know to be traditional warfare, where two armies line up, everybody's wearing uniforms, and they go at it. Those days are over.
Yeah.
Those we'll never see that again. Okay. So what we're seeing is a form of government which Hamas is. Hamas is a form of government. Okay. And they have embedded themselves into society. Okay. So, you know, if people just really don't realize, and I can only go so far with certain things, but the precautions and the measures that Israel takes not to go overboard intentionally. Because to be honest with you, the way the situation is over there, Israel has contemplated nuclear war.
Yep.
It's that bad. You know, so again, you know, when
not coming from that background, but seeing it from the outside, from my view, what they're doing for me is wrong, completely wrong. I don't.
And I can understand how you have that view. It's an ugly event. It is. It's not fair. It's not fair to the innocent children and the innocent families. It's not fair at all. Okay. Now, if it doesn't happen in this measure, then this effect goes worldwide. The only thing I can say is just wait until it happens here.
You have a noisy neighbor, Keebler.
I sit in a parking lot. I'm sorry, they're not technically. I did not choose these neighbors, but you know, that was on the highway.
But again, it's a it's a
very
they're
doing the same thing in Russia.
Very touchy subject because I am on the other side of it.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing in Russia, and America's putting out that Russia's the bad guy, and they're just trying to, you know.
Well, again, with
going to that point, America's assisting Ukraine with weapons and hurting citizens and civilians.
Russia was doing it first before Ukraine did it.
No. Russia's not the bad guy in this event.
And why?
No,
they're not.
We're
funded.
America government is trying to start
what you have to look at was what was called the Orange Revolution, okay, and the Maidan coup in 2014. Okay, so this Ukraine-Russia war has been going on since 2014, not just 3 years ago. Okay, so basically the U.S. Department of State went into Ukraine and they conducted a coup. Okay, an elected official by the people was ousted by the U.S. State Department. Okay, that president of Ukraine fled to Russia. He had nowhere else, no other country in the world would take him. Russia was the only country who would allow him to come in. Okay, so in the Donetsk and Lugansk region, See, what people don't realize is that Russia was born in Ukraine. They're called Kievan Rus. Russia was born in Ukraine, in the region what they call Ukraine. The word Ukraine means borderland. Okay, so on that Dnieper River, that's where Russia was born. Okay, so east of, yes sir, this is history. East of the Dnieper River are Eastern Orthodox Christians. West of the river are Catholics. Okay, so east of the river are Russians. West of the river, for the lack of a better word, we'll put it into modern term, simply are Nazis, self-proclaimed Nazis. The Dnieper 1, Dnieper 2, the Azov and the Adar battalions of Ukraine wear swastikas today. Today. Okay, it was NATO and the U.S. Department of State conducted that coup in 2014, and then they turned all of those Nazis against the people of Lugansk and Donetsk. And those people were just Christian coal miners and farmers and stuff. They weren't even, city folk or whatnot. They were just rural people. And it was Ukraine who suppressed those people. And they've been killing Christians since 2014. So finally, when NATO started heavy backing and they started contracting Poland, they started contracting Germany, Portugal, different places in Western Europe to go into Ukraine and kill those people because they were in opposition to the Ukrainian government. And so finally, when the bloodbath got so severe, Russia had no choice but to go into Ukraine. I know people right now that are Muslim, Christian, and Jewish who are from different armies from around the world are fighting with Russia against Ukraine. Talk to them on a monthly basis.
Well,
See,
it sounds like a lot of people need to just sit down and start talking, because that's just
right.
And that's why I like
Well,
to bring the videos that I put in every one of the series for Bad Bull. You know, you can go on and click on his link on Telegram and see for yourself what's being said. It's not just him; it's all forms coming into his Telegram.
But there's a reporter that's embedded in Ukraine, and his name is Patrick Lancaster.
Yeah, I watch him too. I love Patrick Lancaster.
Now, Patrick Lancaster has been at ground zero since 2014. I don't know how he has survived this.
I don't either. He's been on the list. He's on the list to be killed from Ukraine. He's on that list.
Okay. So again, the optics and the information that we're getting in the United States is one-sided. We're not getting the actual view of what's going on. They're just simply not. So basically what's happening in Ukraine is the Nazis have, with the help of NATO, have reared their ugly faces again, and they're basically killing Christians. That's what it's boiling down to. That's what it's boiling down to. But here in the United States, when I see a Ukrainian flag, I'm like, what are y'all doing? Y'all have no clue you're supporting Nazis. I'm not saying fly the Russian flag either. We should be flying the American flag. But what I'm saying is, if the Russians were the bad guys, I would tell you the Russians are the bad guys. But in this particular case, look, if it wasn't for the Russians, we would be speaking German right now.
Yeah, they didn't. They helped us a lot. I know that.
Yeah.
Then why did we have a war with them, or Cold War with them, for so long?
To two biggest kids on the block vying for power. That's what it boiled down to. So it was a stalemate, you know. But in 1992 in St. Petersburg, Russia, the Christian church overthrew the oligarchs and kicked out communism. And what people don't understand is communism is not a native idea of Russia.
Yep.
Communism is not native.
Those oligarchs that were kicked out all went to Eastern Europe.
Well, they went to Western Europe, but most of them ended up in Pennsylvania and New York.
Yeah. John talked about all that too.
Now I'm gonna give you something else that's gonna blow you out the water. These two recent shooters against Trump. Okay. Do you know that they have ties to the Ukrainian SBU?
I know the last one. I seen the video that's going out on Telegram.
Okay.
That he did in front of Ukraine Newsweek. I actually
Okay,
got that video on my phone.
So all of these threats that the government propaganda is pushing at us, that it's Iran trying to kill Trump. No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay. Yes, Iran has their people here. Okay, but if they wanted Trump dead, they would have already done that.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you want somebody dead, it's not that
Well,
hard.
what I think is funny though is with the stuff that came out about the cats, and then not even 6 days later, there's an assassination attempt. That
what
makes
people
me
don't
think
realize. Okay, so when the Ukrainian coup happened in 2014, who was the president of the United States?
Obama.
There we go. Who was the vice president?
Biden. Oh yeah, I know
Okay.
all the ins and outs of the stuff.
So now we have a political candidate who disrupted their system. Okay, so these two last shooters have ties to the Ukrainian SBU.
That one guy would think so. The kid, I don't know.
It's already come out. He had bitcoins and he had accounts linked to Ukraine.
On the first one, see, I missed that one.
Yep. You got to look it up. Look it up. Okay. Now, again, the government that's in power now, the reason why they want Trump dead is because Trump knows where the bodies are. You understand what I'm saying? He knows what's going on. And if Trump gets back into power, the New World Order is done with.
Well, he's not gonna.
Yeah. Well, no, I think he will, just because his people are fed up with the way things are going the last 4 years in our country with the inflations and everything. It's gonna switch.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna vote for Trump a third time. Okay, and the reason why I'm voting for Trump a third time is all of the world leaders respect him.
Yeah. Well, that is true. They do. They do respect him.
Plain and simple. They don't fear him. They respect him.
Well, then that puts them into question.
Now, what it does is
I question both sides. I think we ought to start over from the beginning with somebody fresh.
What that does is that creates an open dialogue, and in turns it equals peace.
Well, yeah, that's what we need right now.
Exactly.
Because we're on the verge. If Biden stays in office, I really believe, like John, we're gonna have World War III.
He's not staying in office. But Trump isn't the answer. I'm sorry. He's been a criminal.
Well, I agree with you. I don't agree Trump is the answer, but as of right now, he's the lesser of two evils.
He's not the Messiah. Okay, I'm not saying
anything I want anywhere near power.
infallible. Actually, to be honest with you, with what's available in society today, Trump is the only person that can create this. He's the only person that can do it. Okay. And the reason why I say that is because all of the world leaders respect him. With respect builds rapport. Then you have open dialogue, and then you have peace.
I think I understand where you might be coming from, Guy, but I'm going to have to disagree with you wholeheartedly on Trump.
The thing is,
And
what
then-
we're getting at, what
And
no,
then,
I agree
then
with
look
you.
at
I agree with you on the fact he's not the answer, but as of right now, we are facing a
so
nuclear
let's
war.
so let's put all theories aside. Okay. Now let's look at mathematical equations. Okay. When Trump was in office, our dollar on the International Monetary Fund was rated at 65 cents. Okay. That has never happened in US history. Whenever we have gone down to 50 cents, we've gone to world war. Under Obama, our dollar was rated at 9.5 cents. Okay. You know where we're at now? 13 cents, sir.
He added 9 trillion to the debt.
He didn't add that. He didn't
The
add that.
debt's been
No,
growing.
because no. But
Long
you
before
have to
Trump.
look. You have to look at the international monetary funds on how they rate the dollar. Okay, how the dollar is rated.
We've known what Trump was for 40 years. I've known what Trump has been for 40 years. I will never, ever vote for the man because he's a narcissistic asshole.
If anybody a narcissistic asshole took us from 9.5 cents to 65 cents, I don't care if the guy is a moron. If he could do that alone, he has my vote. Because what that did is that strengthened our bond to the world. Why do you think all of the world right now are signing up for the BRICS? Why do you think they're signing up for the BRICS?
The dollar, the world doesn't want American dollars.
Because the dollar is only worth 13 cents right now. The first time in American history, we have taken the dollar above 50 cents. And it was rated at 65 cents under Trump. The dollar now is back to 13 cents under Biden and what's called socialist democracy. I'm not saying that Trump is the answer to all, but we have to look at the mathematical equations of what was produced during that time period.
And we got to look at what's best for not just America, but the country, the whole world. Because if he doesn't get elected, we don't have another choice out there right now.
If Trump does not get elected, the dollar will crash. The digital dollar will.
We won't have to worry about it because the MAGA nut jobs are going to fucking go insane that he lost. So either way,
that's
we're
a
looking, like I said,
theory.
We got to think world peace on election day.
That's
Whoever is voting needs to
You're not
think
dealing
world
with normal people. You're dealing with
So
people
why
with
didn't
the education of a 12-year-old? These people that follow Trump, that like Trump, that think he's gonna help, don't have that education. And the people that do have the education, for some god-awful reason, think that he is. Sorry, guys, but we know what he is. We know what
we look.
And
but
we
the big scheme of things, if the world doesn't, if he doesn't get elected, we are going to fall into a nuclear war.
This country's done. This country will be done.
Well, we'll see. We'll wait till November and see.
And I agree. We have people out there that wants to see the fall.
Listen to this. China, Russia, the BRICS nation, Saudi Arabia, about 3/4 of South America is ready to take a bite out of our ass.
Well, then we'll have to prove what America is.
And we have to do that by putting somebody who knows how to stimulate the economy and create world peace.
By
Now,
grifting the
if you could
entire
show me, if you could show me another candidate who could do that and produce
Like
that result,
grifting,
I
like
would vote for them.
people.
That's what I'm
That's
getting
what
at.
it is.
We don't have that right now.
That's all he is a grifter. Just like
I,
Elon. Just like
but
Elon
what we're
Musk.
getting at,
Nothing but a grifter.
we're less than a month away from election day. Show us a candidate right now that you can vote for.
I'd vote for Bernie if anybody.
Who are a socialist?
Well, Bernie's not running though.
Hebrew, I'm gonna tell you this right now. The greed system we have isn't the system we need. We need to get away from the greed and start helping one another. And
That's
if
understandable. I agree with that. But socialism is not the answer for
it's
that.
not socialism in the way that they think it is. It's never
Well,
been.
look at
We need to
Venezuela.
help one another,
They-
but the greed that's in our world and our minds and our
Socialism,
hearts, it needs to be gotten.
socialism, no matter how minute, is still socialism.
It's
Look, I
helping
lost
one
seven.
another. How is that
I
a bad?
lost because I lost 17 members of my family because of socialism.
And that was Russian socialism, which wasn't socialism.
That was not. That was
communism.
Western European, one of the strongest countries in the world. Okay, it was Germany who did that, the German socialists. And socialism wasn't invented in Germany. Socialism was invented on Wall Street.
Well, all I know is that we should get away from greed, start helping one another
I agree, 100%. I agree with that. We need to become more empathetic towards other human beings. Agreed. We need to review the things that are going on in this world and how do we get to a better place. Socialism and communism, we've tried that already. It doesn't work.
Well,
22 million Russians died. 6 million Jews died. 3 to 5 million gypsies died. People from all over the world died because of socialism and communism. So the instrument of socialism and communism has already been proven that it's a failed structure.
Well, I will agree to disagree.
And that's your opinion. But like I say, I would highly suggest that you look and endeavor deeply into these subjects. Because
I have.
Well, you gotta look at the world index too, not just the U.S. because they put out one, but it counteracts what the world sees the U.S. dollar values. I said our government.
But see, that's a U.S.
totally
index.
agree. Trump is not the final answer, but as of right now, we don't have anyone else that can stop what's going on. No, honestly, I'm not for. Oh, internet messed up.
I'm for helping people. I'm not for making people rich.
You know, I totally agree with you on that aspect. But what we're getting at is there's nobody else that can put a stop to what is coming.
I believe that we have to try before we go to the dark side of the force. And that's what he is. Plain and simple. He's added 9 trillion to our debt. Him and him alone. He has it's the list is endless. I have it even written out if you want to read it. Of even just not even all of what he has done in his life. The man is not a good man, period. And I don't care if he's right to help the world or not. He's not the right person to represent America as Americans because he doesn't.
Well, the other candidate that's running is definitely not the candidate. Is all we're getting at.
Why? Because she's a woman?
No, it's
No,
because
because
of what
she's
she's done.
incompetent. She's incompetent.
That and what she has
How
done.
is she incompetent?
She is
Hold on. I've
pushing
always
a
wanted to know this.
war.
How is she
She
incompetent being a DA?
Okay.
Being someone
Okay.
who's
So
gone to college in
that
she don't he
that
doesn't
doesn't
he hasn't seen all the stuff.
right. Well, when I say incompetent, okay, I'm not. I'm a type of person who's very calculative. I don't just spew things out. Okay. Now,
Mhm.
a person stating in public, "I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll do that." Okay, we'll close the border, whatever it may be. Well, hold on now. You've had 4 years already to do these things. Why haven't they been done already?
No,
You've had
look at the
4 years to
inflation.
strengthen the economy.
Because you
The
have
inflation.
because you have a
You-
third, more than 2/3 of the freaking Congress who are actively acting against not just her.
Under the National Defense Authorization Act, the president and vice president don't need Congress.
It's the better
They
way to
could-
do it if you allow the
Through-
people to make the decisions who
through-
should be making the decisions.
Well, our Congress still hasn't been doing what's the best for the people anyway. It's what's best for their pocketbooks.
Okay,
And
so
I'll give you that
under-
because I just saw a story today about her fucking husband, Pelosi's husband, and that pissed me the fuck off. But that's the old guard. We need to keep our people to a higher standard.
Okay, so in the past 30 years, okay, the only person outside of Trump, the only person that I could see leading this country was Ross Perot. And people laugh
Yeah.
when I say
No.
that. They're like,
No,
"Who? What?"
I agree with you. My dad was
Okay.
100% behind Perot.
Yeah, Look, I was behind Perot when out of his own pocket, he freed those hostages in Iran. Sent his own planes, hired his own mercenaries, and went and got those hostages out of Iran. Okay? He took action. Okay, now, if there was a better person than Trump, now I'm looking at it from a mathematical equation. Okay? I could care less if the guy is a rash asshole. I could care less about that. What I look are the mathematical equations that allow the competency to run this office. Okay? If there was a better person, I would vote for that person. But from what I'm seeing, I don't. I just
Well,
don't.
I can't vote for him. I can't, and I'm not going to.
And that's your prerogative. I'm not trying to persuade you otherwise. By all means, you do what you feel is the best. I'm not saying it, but I'm saying it from my view in the sense where I've been out there in the world. I've been on 5 out of 7 continents. I've been a part of nation building, and I know what it takes to create a nation and to sustain a nation. And the socialist Democrats that are in power now are not going to do it for us.
You're gonna like
They're not-
this one.
it's not
Cooper. A group of self-described First Amendment defenders got into a fight with 2 customers at a Brentwood post office on Tuesday, sending a man who
What?
drove the group to the hospital. The fight was caught on camera.
What was it again?
It looks to be check. I don't know who this is yet, but
It's an auditor.
A real, wait a minute. Take that back. Or is it a real auditor or
it says a
One-
group of self-described
one
First
thing.
Amendment defenders. So I don't know what that means. One guy's all dressed up in
Got his face covered.
not just his face, his whole body, like Potato used to do.
yeah?
I don't know who these people are, but
They're probably like we was talking about the ones that's hurting using auditing and transparency in their names for clicks and views. Because we've been around a long time, so if we don't know who these people are, then they can't be real auditors.
well,
They
I'm
gotta be some of
gonna
the
look
new
that
ones.
up and see what's going on because
But you can't, because the news is going to say everybody who's filming now is a First Amendment auditor because of what's
it
going
was
on.
Impact. Oh my God.
It was who?
with an online group called Impact Media.
Impact Media. Oh my goodness. I knew they were going to get in a big fight again, and we were just talking about them.
Again.
Yeah. See, he's let the money aspect corrupt what he started out as. And I can't support those channels anymore. I just can't. They go against my morals, my ethics.
Well, I've got to get off of here. It was a pleasure engaging in a conversion with you guys, and yeah, we'll definitely talk some more.
I hope so.
And whoever's listening out there, I just implore you to research things. Never take things for face value.
Yeah.
Okay. Never take things for face value.
And
but
I think Hebrew, we're not saying Trump's absolute messiah, but because as you see what through my thing, I think we ought to start back this from the beginning, like we're supposed to be. Because I don't see, but as of right now, a month and a half to election, and for what I'm seeing over in the world right now, Trump's the only one who can stop what's coming.
Before I jump off, in the circles that I engage in, okay, all tell me the same thing, that if the Socialist Democrats retain power in this election, America is done. Everybody in the world is going to take a bite out of our ass.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? To be honest, but I'm just letting you know what the people in the world are saying. Okay. Now, at the same time, if that happens and they do take a bite of our ass, I can't blame them. I won't hold it against them.
The way we're acting here in America, and we're bickering and fighting back and forth over stupid shit, I don't either. But I'm thinking of my kids.
You got Hezbollah, you got Russian Spetsnaz, you have the Chinese communists here in the United States ready to pull the trigger. I'm telling you right now, it's game on. Why do you think I moved out into the middle of nowhere? It's game on. Okay?
You moved out of Florida. It's going to be 50 feet underwater one day.
Yeah, that's why I'm not.
And I'm worried because I'm here in Texas, and where do you think majority of the nukes are pointed at?
Hey, I'm dead center.
They take out Texas. They don't just take out Texas. They're taking out a big chunk of the United States.
It's why I'm in. It's kind of why I'm in Colorado, because I won't feel it.
Yes, we will.
Yeah, you will. You will feel whatever is coming pointed at Texas.
If you're anywhere near Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado Springs, I second guess that opinion. But listen, y'all take care of yourselves. It was good talking with y'all.
Yep. Thank you, Hebrew.
Yep. Y'all have a good night.
You too, brother.
Any other time internet kicks him off and he's wanting to leave, he can't leave. But yeah, he's got a lot of valuable information. So always go research and follow up, because that's what he wants. Puts it out there to make you listen and think. So, you still there? Kind of got off topic a little bit, but it all still has to do with really the same thing, People holding that camera, you have to think of the world and how your actions are going to affect it. Because once you turn that cam on, people are looking at you. You're a role model. You're
Well, Trump is nothing like that at all.
I'm totally with you on that. But from what I'm seeing, and as where we're standing right now in the world,
I would take a twig.
He's the lesser of two evils right now.
I would take a twig over Trump any day.
Well,
Okay.
a twig needs to run.
I would
Throw
take
a twig.
bacteria.
Throw a twig on the ballot box then.
No, I would. I know what the man is.
I do
You
too.
might, everybody says,
myself.
you might. It doesn't matter. There's a moral thing that goes with that. He's raped over 27 women. Over. Are you
Like
okay
I
with
said,
that?
I don't agree with what he is, and I wish there was somebody else. I
Well,
really
there is
do.
nobody else in there. We only have these two, and he is not what
Well,
represents
and
us as a people.
she's not either because of the fact that the world already said, like I said, she's not the answer. She's gonna cause us war, a nuclear war.
Let's see it happen first. I'd like to see
I
it
don't
happen.
want to see it. I want to prevent it. I want to prevent it because
No, I would like to.
I don't want to wait till election day.
I would rather see war than have him become more rich.
It's not going to be, the thing is, it's not going to just be a regular friggin' war. It will be, they're already trying to use bombs to, basically dirty bombs. They're blowing up reactors in Russia to cause harm.
What do you think happened in Israel? They pulled something that normally wouldn't happen.
If they get elected, the world's already said it. It's going to be nuclear, and people are going to die. And I don't want my kids to be one of it.
People die every day.
Not for nuclear war, though. If we have a way
to stop it
or at
for
least
good.
prolong it for another 4, 5, 10, 15, 30 years.
Maybe we need to see it. Maybe we need to see it to stop it. Maybe the world needs to see a nuclear bomb.
And that's the problem, is that everybody wants to see it. But what if you're the one who gets hit? Then you aren't going to see it. You're not going to see the outcome.
The rest of the world will.
Your kids are never going to see and be able to fix it because you wanted to see the destruction.
It's not about seeing the destruction.
Yeah, it is. In the big scheme of things, everybody wants to see the fallout, but what they don't understand
I think we need.
They're not going to see it because they'll be gone.
It doesn't matter. The rest of the world will. If some are sacrificed, so be it.
Well, you just said you don't agree with the kids being killed over there now.
Oh,
They're being sacrificed.
We're all going to die. Let's all die together. Let's stand up like men. Let's stand up like adults and go.
You just counteracted, saying, we don't agree with the kids being killed because people are embedding themselves in these places.
I need a little bit
yet
more.
Now you're saying the opposite, that people need to die to fix things, Kids have to die sometimes.
My morals, my ethics, and my values.
I don't agree with any kids dying for any reason, and adults should not be using kids as a shield. That's a coward, in my opinion. It's a bullshit move. It's a bullshit tactic.
I'm sorry, but my morals, values, and ethics will not allow me anywhere near Trump or his people or the Republican Party. They are my sworn enemy till my death.
I totally see where you're coming. I know everything. I know everything about the man, and I question it constantly because, like I said, with the cat stuff, and it came out that all that was bullshit, and then 6 days later there's an attempt, and then all the stuff coming out. It's like, what can you really?
Conspiracy theory nonsense.
What can you believe, though?
Disturbed individuals who took a chance.
What can you really believe from both sides?
I
both sides have an agenda.
Good outweighs evil. At least, though, I can hope so. But I know that the evil of this planet far outweighs the good, and that we're allowing evil to take control because it's the quote unquote lesser of two evils. There has
Yeah,
there has to be something that we can say that goes no more evil, period.
Yeah, and I agree with Hebrew on the fact.
The Republican Party can't come up with or the Democratic Party can't come up with a perfect candidate, but anything and anyone, and I do mean that, and I can't stress it enough, is better than Trump. He caused us to be more in debt, more hated around the world, more laughed at around the world than ever before.
I don't know. I've been watching
they're not getting ready to take a bite of us. They're laughing too hard at us already. Because
it's not because, but see, I disagree. I've been watching how the world for the last years, for the last at least 4, 5, 6, 7 years, seeing it because John was on YouTube. You know, he's been off now about 2 years, so he was there before that. And I've been his mod, his head mod over there, one of his head mods, and I've been every time he went live, I was there. So,
well, like I said,
I've been seeing it, and they're not. It's not because of Trump they're laughing. It's because of everything else, the stuff that Biden's done.
I can't look. I can't get behind a guy who's not only just raped people, but he's, I mean, sued 3,500 times at least.
He's not the only one that all that's happened to, though. That's just it. He's just the only one you hear about it.
I understand.
They're all been sued. They've all been sued. They're all done the same shit.
This is his history.
And it's all their history.
He's lost, including a college of business.
Have you seen the stuff on Biden's son?
Have you seen the stuff on Trump?
Yes, I have.
And
I've asked, did you see the stuff on Biden's son?
What did he do? He hadn't done nothing.
What have he really?
Yeah, what has he done? I didn't hear much. All I hear was he had a laptop.
No, he's got some. He's the shit he's done to women over the years. The stuff he's done.
So Trump is better just because Biden.
No, that's what I'm getting at. Neither one of them. They have both. It's just you're not getting. You don't want to see everything.
Not that I don't want to see it. I already know what Trump is. And Biden's son has nothing to do with it. Biden's son has nothing to do with the presidency.
Yes, it is. Biden has been.
Biden's son does not have anything to do with it. Biden is a creep, yes, but he's not the creep that Trump is.
Yes, he is. If you've seen the stuff on the laptop, we can't put it out there. That's how bad it is. It's on Telegram. It's on those places.
I don't believe anything anymore from the internet, and I don't believe.
And that's the problem. You know, you don't want to believe it, but it's out there. Biden has been protecting
I listen
his
to the
son.
words spoken by the people that I'm talking about. I listen to what Trump says. I don't want to hear it anymore, but I still listen. I hear what he is. He is.
You got to hear the negative about the other parties too.
He is not a presidential material at all. He is not the answer.
Neither is Kamala's a puppet.
He is evil.
Kamala's a puppet. She slept her way to friggin' office. I don't care if I can get taken down or not. I'll put it out there.
No, that's
yes, she has.
That's propagandist nonsense.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
There's videos of it.
There's videos of her.
Videos of it of her with people in power, and you know.
And even if, what do women have but sex to get where they need to go? And how many times do women use that?
Lots of women have gotten in the power,
but not for her.
Lots of women have gotten in the power without sleeping their way to the top.
Sorry, but I don't believe it.
It's very slim, but it does happen.
I don't believe it.
You don't hear about it.
I don't believe it.
Exactly. You don't want to believe it, but you don't have to.
I don't want to believe anything that comes from the right. I don't want to believe anything comes from the right.
It's not coming from the right. That's
all I've ever seen that comes from the right is nothing but evil.
Nothing but it's not. That's what people throw in the labels, and it's not people that's considers themselves right. It's people who are just speaking the truth.
I don't believe it. I don't see how
But
a
it's out
person
there.
gets that
It's
high
out
in
there.
government or in any power anywhere just by
And
sleeping
it's,
with someone. I don't see it.
you
And
know,
you really can't convince me, Keebler. I've been a Democrat
I
my
know,
entire
and
life.
I'm not trying to. You have, we're free. I just ask that you open your mind and just go do the research. Don't just take what you see on YouTube.
I don't take what I see on YouTube. I take what I see with my eyes.
And you
Ears.
gotta look. Just remember too. You say you look at like the Japanese media. You gotta remember they're pushing all these media sites are pushing a narrative.
Oh, I
You got
understand.
to
But
read
I look.
between.
I don't look. I have been on the outside of everything my entire life. I don't look at anything from the inside of anything.
But
I
I
look
will
at
be.
the right to
I
say no.
don't care if they take it down. I'll put it out on every one of my platforms if I have to. But I will be bringing the kiosk, the Kurt's conference that was just held on Monday. I will be bringing that transcribed video to my channel. I will put it out there for whoever wants to see it can watch it. And it just happened this past Monday. And the witnesses that was there, the stuff that was said of Kurt's, I will be bringing that transcribed transcript and putting it up on my channel.
I need to hear it from the horse's mouth before
You
I
can
believe
hear it exactly from the conference itself because it was recorded. It's being transcribed right now. So it'll probably be in a week or two. They're working on getting it transcribed and everything. Because, it's like John, he's done lots of interviews. And maybe I ought to bring, because he was interviewed a couple weeks ago on one of his trips talking about the stuff. I need to, I guess, go ahead and but you gotta pretty much read the captions. So, but I guess I'll need to bring that video and put it out there.
like I
So,
say. Oops.
and that's what I want to do. I want to bring stuff that the other channels aren't bringing because they're being hit. I don't get hit as much because I am small. They're not worried about me thinking I don't have a big reach, but if I can reach one or two people, that's a win in my book. I don't care really about how big of subscribers I got. It'd be nice because it would help me, especially in my situation right now. My van's gotten to the point I got to step on the gas to get it to stay running. Otherwise, it dies. So.
So I don't own a vehicle. It's just a
Well, I live in it, and I chose that lifestyle, but because of my situation and everything, and I'm just basically sitting in one spot now. That it can be towed at any time, and I can't get anybody to help me, online or off. Everybody around me knows what's my situation. Somebody knows a little bit of mechanical stuff, but I can't even get strangers to come up and say, "Hey, can I take a look at your vehicle?" I can't even get that. Everybody just ignores me now.
That's what most of the world does.
And so I'm basically like living day to day now, just wondering when a tow truck's gonna show up because
that's why I think socialism does have a chance because
it doesn't help me.
I know it doesn't help you now because we don't have a system like that.
It didn't help me government agencies. I've been to the VA, and in order to get what claims I can get, I have to have reference letters. I don't have anybody to give me reference letters to say yes, or will say, write me a reference letter so I can get disability. You know, yes,
Oh,
I have
you
the
gotta talk with
depression,
Utah
but
about
I
that.
can't afford. I can't afford. I don't have the doctor notes to get that because it's so hard. You know, you gotta basically lie, and I'm sorry. You asked me a question. I'm gonna tell you what I think.
Hmm.
I'm not gonna lie. That's what screwed me with doc stuff is because I was honest about the cash app, or I would have had $900 to help me with this van if I didn't. I can't get his death certificate because they want to prove me as a person to get it, so I can close his bank account. That's another 900 and something dollars sitting there that could help me, but I can't get it because they won't give me approval to get the death certificate, which he wanted me to have all his stuff.
That's
He wanted
horrible.
all that to go to me, and I can't get it because they want to approve me. I can't afford the 50, $60 for a death certificate. Plus, I don't have the permission to get it. You know. So
Ridiculous.
what he wished at the end don't mean shit now.
Well,
You know.
what the systems that I am thinking, which unfortunately don't have a name, though everybody wants to call them socialism, is a system where everybody helps everybody, where we
Yeah.
all get a fair share, where we all live
And
a good life, where we don't have to work our brains out, but everybody has a job, everybody
and,
has
and
work.
there's sadly there's socialism looks good like that on paper,
I know.
but when it looks great, it looks awesome. But when it's actually implemented, it's not.
Well, it's not
Look at
because
Venezuela.
you have
Look
human
at
greed.
look at Venezuela.
We understand that, but it's because we have human greed, and we need to get rid of the greed first before we can even start helping one another.
And we're not going to do that because it's
Well,
greed is this so is
we can start the process,
yeah,
and
but
it's not going to be in our lifetimes. Okay, no matter what we try now, it will not be in our lifetimes.
it
It will
probably
be
never
100,
will.
it will be 100, 200, 300 years in the future. But
Yep.
if we start being kind and how we want to be treated now, maybe it'll reach that point someday.
Yeah.
I would like to
And
leave
that's
this world a better
and
place.
that's why I do what I do when I go into anyone's chats. I try to show the good in myself to others. Maybe it will flow onto somebody else. I'm not hateful, and everybody in my chats, you've seen me in other chats. I'm not, I troll and I banter, but it's still the same way. I'm not harsh. I'm not hateful. I do, it's all friendly to me because I don't want it done to me. It's
No,
been done to me, and
like
I'm not gonna do that to somebody else.
like I was going to mention earlier about Eric Brandt. It took me all of 5 minutes to know that he wasn't a decent human being at all.
But he's not.
No,
But
he's not.
who really is a
Well,
decent? Everybody has their
he was
issues.
advocating
But
on
look at what he's
on
done.
alive. He was advocating on alive for people to hurt
And
police.
I don't, but he took responsibility for
Yes.
that.
And that's the
He
only
did
reason
took
I give him
responsibility.
even a modicum of respect is because he decided to be the adult and actually take responsibility for his actions.
Hmm. He
That's the
took
only reason to give him
responsibility
respect.
because of what somebody got to him to, get put it in his head that he's got a following. There's no ifs, ands, about. There's people good and bad following him, and you have to do things accordingly because you don't want that bad person to actually follow through with what you say. I can't live with myself. Someone got to him inmate got him to understand that.
Well,
You know, and that's what I want. Hopefully, some of the
after-
other
after the
auditors
first time I came across it,
understand. So
after
there's people who worship what you're doing, and there are people that will do what you are, let's say, quote unquote, joking on YouTube, but there's people who won't take it as a joke. And they will do what you are advocating to be done. You know, so I just plead to some of these bigger channels that look at what you're doing and can you really seriously live with yourself if someone gets hurt because of what you say or do online for a click and a view? Is it worth someone dying? Really, honestly, can you live with yourself?
they don't know. They don't
Well,
know
we can't answer that. It's that's them. They have to soul search themselves.
do they though?
I know they're not, but all I can do is beg and plead that, you know, to please soul search and really look at what you're doing and why you got into it. Was it just for the money? Or do you really honestly want to change society? Because the way things are going, you're not changing society. And if you're not trying to change your own chat group, at least the people in your chat to where they're not speaking hateful and they see a difference, then you're not changing nothing.
I'm not.
And one day somebody's going to get hurt. We already got people getting hurt because of the clicks and the views. We got, you know, everybody wants to see destruction. Everybody wants to see somebody get hurt. You know, people laughing because a dog runs into a wall and stunned. You know, really, is that the way we're going? Is everything when somebody gets hurt, whether it's an animal or a human or, you know, it's funny? It's funny if we know you're not hurt. But if someone is actually literally hurt, it stops being funny, people. It's not funny anymore.
I've been saying that for years.
You know, and there's just so many videos about dogs getting hurt and being burnt and people just laughing it up. It's that, you know, it's sick what we've come to.
Well, it's because there's an education thing there, and it comes all around to that again and again and again. There's a lot of non-education going because a lot of people, and I hate to say it, on the right, but those who believe in a deity, who listen to a book that was written 2,000 years ago, they're the ones who are screwing the world up. They're the ones who are not
The
making
extremists, yeah, I totally agree that people are taking what the Bible says. They take it to extremes, and that's why we've had religious wars for thousands of freaking years, and it's not going to change
well,
unless
it can
we
change
stop.
once
We start changing. We have to change ourselves for it to change.
We need to get rid of that book is what we need to do.
It's not the only book out there that promotes it and pushes
Oh,
it.
I know. It's all of religion. If you, like I said, I'm against all of it. I'm against all of it because none of it's real. Not a single bit of it.
It's not the only book. So you can't say it's just one book that doesn't.
I'm not saying it's just one book. I'm saying all religion all over the world needs to be gone. Religion is what's keeping us down. Religion is what's has brought us to today. It's not.
And religion is also what brought has a lot of people able to continue on is because they believe in able to carry on because of it. So there's some good and there's bad. There's just like everything. There's good and there's bad on everything. It's how you yourself handle it.
I'm not suppressing the world. I want the world to be
No,
smart.
I
want the world to
believe
be
in
thoughtful.
heaven and hell. I believe in all that and everything, but it's how I
I-
show the world
the church created
my
hell.
side of it.
The church created hell.
Hell is what we're living in right now. Is
No,
my
no,
opinion.
this is nothing.
Well,
To
you come live in my place for about a week and see if you don't say it's hell.
I've lived in hell. I know what you're going through. So does my wife. We've been there. And
Hey,
we made,
there's a Kit Kat over there.
Huh?
And see, I go without food, but yeah, I sit here and the little bit of food I do get, I throw out the leftovers to the stray animals.
that's good. You don't have a good food bank around?
Not where I can get to.
That's horrible. We have food banks everywhere.
And
We literally have food banks
it
in every city
it's
around.
on the other side of the city where I'm at. It's not distant, so
I get you. Some places
I
are
can,
like that.
and
That's
the
not
way the
how it
heat
is here.
is,
You
the
could go
heat.
any day of the week. Any day of the week, you can go to any town around me. There's a food bank somewhere.
And with the heat and stuff, and you've seen me. All summer, I'm basically my schedule screwed up because it's
Yeah,
either
I think
hot.
people do it.
I can't sleep it. And in Texas,
Mm-hmm.
it's actually been cooler during the day than it is at night.
I think now I'm not saying, but you might think about getting out of Texas for a while. Because
Well, if I had a way, or had
no,
somebody that I could trust, I would love to.
I don't trust anybody, so I literally
But
don't trust.
the
I don't trust
people I
anybody.
trust,
The
the
people I
people
trust live
that
in this house.
the people I trust can't afford to have a stranger or have somebody in their home.
I understand.
Because they're just as
You,
struggling
you,
as I am, and I'm the
you want
type
to
that
look around.
I won't put myself in that position where I inconvenience somebody.
I get you. I feel that same fucking way. I don't feel that that we come from a generation that feels that we should at least make an attempt.
It kills me to go out here to hold a sign up because one, I'm putting myself in jeopardy of freedom, and two, it's getting to where I don't like it, but sometimes I have to do it. But in my situation right now, if I get trespassed, then I even more screw myself because then I can't get the little bit of food I'm getting now because I got trespassed and I can't go back on the property. So
So like,
I
like,
have
like I said, we have
holding a sign is very dangerous for me
I know.
because I only have a little surrounding area that I can go to, and if I get trespassed, then I can't go back there to buy food. So, and with the heat and the sun, I can't. Walking in during the daylight, and
No, I used to live in the
I can't manage the walk during the day. I can manage it at night. I can't manage it during the day.
I know. I lived in the desert for 10 years. I know what you're
And I'm
going
not making excuses. I've done it. I've done it. It's not that I'm making excuses why I'm not doing it anymore. It's because I've done it and I can't do it anymore. When I hear people say, well, do this, this, and this, I've done that, that, and that.
Yep, I get you.
So, yep. So now I just
Hard
here
because
day
everybody
in,
wants
day
to
out.
help, they can't figure out how to do it.
Yeah, but I'm not that. I've done that. I've been there. I've done everything people said, and when I had the means to get places, I've done it. And you never hear me bitching about it online, other than look, put yourself in the other person's shoes. Maybe it's a different situation for them. But right now, I can't get to those places. I can't. There's no way in fashion. There's not free transportation. It all costs. So I'd rather take $1 or $2 and buy a cheap burger. And I can't even eat cheap burgers anymore. So
Ugh, those aren't good for you.
gallbladder issues and everything. I can't even do that.
You shouldn't
I've
be.
gotten soup. I've gotten soup, but has anyone actually tried to live off a dollar or they're not even $1. They're $1.25, $1.50 now, $2 for the
That's how
good
I lived.
ones.
That's how I lived for a long time. Was on ramen. So
Yeah, and how many did you have to eat during the day to keep full?
I don't know. Well, what 2, 3 a day, maybe.
Yeah. After about 30 minutes to an hour, it's like, okay, I need something else. You need that meat once in a while. You need the protein. And then after a while, the more you eat that stuff, like I'm sure you said you lived off the ramen. Can you eat ramen now?
Nope.
You've eaten it so much that now if you try to take a bite, it just wants to come back up. You just throw it
Well,
up, right?
I've had. I don't go out and actively try to eat it.
Yeah. Kind of, it has to be good. I mean, it has to be good ramen to eat it now. But that's me. I used to I eaten so much Chef Boyardee stuff
Ugh. Chef
and I'll eat it cold. I'll just open the can, I'll eat it cold. But now if I try to eat it, I can't get it down. It won't go down.
I know.
Even if I heat it up, I can't get it down. And that's what happens. And everybody's like, well, get that. You don't need to heat it up. I've eaten it. I can't get it down now. So, I don't know. Like I said, I ain't trying to cry and whine. It came up. So,
I know.
but we're going on. Freaking how long we been?
3,
Going
4.
on 4 hours. But it was I love, but we had good conversation. And that's what I like. We've got both sides, how people think. And I just hope whoever watches the replay listens and thinks.
Can only hope.
Maybe we can change at least one person out there.
Maybe.
Because everybody knows, like I said, everybody knows I don't attack anyone until I'm attacked or my friends are attacked. And I do it to a limit. I'm not as bad as everybody else. I've been there. I've gotten that attack before.
See, there's more than one way of looking at things.
Yeah. Totally agree.
It's just that
Hey, we still have 4 people watching, and it's not me.
I'm one of them.
Oh, you're on the YouTube side?
Mm-hmm.
So there's 3 people watching. Hopefully, what they're listening.
Or they fell asleep. Anyway.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't want to sound like I was bashing on any one channel, but it's time the big channels start holding their people themselves and people accountable.
Yep.
Got to be professional.
Yeah,
I get it if it's out here. Like I said, Josh has done a lot of changes, and I applaud him. I really do. He's supporting the family and still making change. So I really do applaud the way he's going now. I like this new Josh. I really do.
Well, I don't. I have my reservations still.
I'm not saying he's perfect. Everybody has slips ups, but like I said, the vast majority, he's doing what's right, and he's trying to be what people want to see. At least I hope so. At least I'm reading into it. I'm hoping that's what I see. So, but these other ones that's just all about the drama and bickering back and forth, that's not helping us. That's helping you. Oh, where'd you go? Just leave then. It's getting late. But yeah, I just wanted to wrap up with that anyway. No. I just implore if you are watching on the replay, just I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong, but look at the bigger aspect of what you're doing. Just look at it. You can film in a proper manner with and get the views that you're seeking with being respectful, with being professional, and all that, doing it the right way. You don't have to be a dick or an ass or sticking your tongue out at people and then turning the cam on when you get the reaction, or you know you don't have to do all that. People will watch you for being a good person. you know I don't get a lot of views, and you can laugh at that and think it bothers me. In a way it does, but if I know I can at least change one person, that's good enough. If I can at least bring, over the last week and a half, I've brought people from different sides together, watching each other, support, having fun together, and that thrills me. I love to see that people come together underneath something totally different. You know, I love to see people coming together that normally wouldn't come together. That's a win. Whether it's here at the circus or it's on trivia, come together, having fun together underneath the trivia pages, live streams, you know, I'm good with that. If you're wanting to see more of the Russia stuff, check out Bad Wolf series. I'm going to try to continue it. Much as he keeps putting out my videos, I'll keep putting them there. So, and I support what he does and everything. But like I said, I love everything I brought together here and everywhere. Like I said, because Stupid Humans knows he was there Trivia Tuesday. All different. We had 5, 6 people, and everybody had their own agenda, but yet we was playing trivia here on Tuesday night. Having fun, learning just random stuff, and seeing if you know it or learning. So, and that's what I like to see for my channel. People coming together, able to talk, and just being human. So, ooh, look, he leveled up to level 4. Woohoo! All right, I'm gonna go ahead and kill it. It's going on 4 hours. Thank you, stupid humans, for being up here. Hebrew, Hez, check out Fraud of Their Follies. 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock in the morning on Central Time, Monday through Friday. Maybe watching with an open mind. That's all I ask. That's all he asks, have an open mind to his side. Put people's feelings. It's not just really putting feelings first. It's it's just treating people the way you want to be treated. If you didn't have that camera out at a restaurant with your family, or you're in a park and you didn't have that camera turned on, how would you want someone that has a camera to act, if it makes any sense? But just it's not really putting feelings, because everybody has their feelings. Everybody gets pissed off once for stupid shit. So, how do you want somebody to film you in public? I guess that's a better question to leave with. If you're out by yourself or you're out with your family and you're not doing a spit on recording, how would you want somebody who does have a camera to treat you? Maybe that's a better question. Because nobody wants to be filmed if they're out in public. I get it, but we are, and everybody has their feelings. And I think it's been said over and over tonight. That aspect, you get it from the government, not from citizens. So, citizens, you need to treat with how you want to be treated. If you don't want to be recorded, then don't record somebody else if it's going to make them look like an ass. You don't have to get the Karen moment to get views. I don't know. All right. Thank you. And everybody still left. I know I got 5 people hanging. So I appreciate everyone, even the lurkers. You are valuable. Maybe next time, don't lurk. Good night, stupid humans. We'll talk to you later. Next Monday will be clicks versus real friendships. The topic for next Monday is basically the difference between a clique and real friendships. Can you spot the difference? So, still working on it. We got DMTV on Saturday night. We can come together listening to music. You like independent artists? Gonna be right here on my channel for DMTV this Saturday night. Like I said, Nightbot's not dropping the link anymore. They timed itself out, but Nostalgic Pod Blast more than likely will be live Friday with his stuff. So if you like comics, nostalgia, go check him out. He needs 14 more subs, people. We're almost there. Almost there. 14 more subs and he'll be at 5, his magic number. That's all he wants, is at least to get to 500. There, I saw it last night. I appreciate everybody who's subbed to him. I hope y'all have liked what you saw so far. Like I said, he's very passionate about his comic books and his films, so it's a good place to chill and relax. But all right, I think I got everybody. I think Snark and Sass may be live tomorrow. You can check her out. Have a little laid back fun with Snark and Sass on her channel. So, all right. Catch y'all later. Y'all behave, be good. Maybe do some research on what Hebrew's talking about, and don't always take what you're seeing from America, because it's not what's really happening. Good night, everybody. Where's my outro? There it is.
The show's come to an end. Keep our dangers wrapped it up, but we'll meet again. From conflicts resolved to the laughs we've shared, it's been a wild ride and we know you care. We've seen the highs and the lows, the laughter and tears. With every twist and turn, we've conquered our fears. As we say goodbye, remember the night. With Keep It Danger, everything felt right. Good night from the Therapy Circus, where the stories came alive. With Keep It Danger at the helm, we thrived. Until we meet again, keep the memories bright. Thanks for joining the circus, and to all a good night. We face the trauma, and we face the truth. With every story told, we've shared the proof. So here's to the moments, the laughter and pain. Keep it dangerous, signing off till we meet again. We've made it through the circus, we've had our say. With heartfelt goodbyes as we end the day. Until the next episode, keep your spirits high. Keep it dangerous, farewell, well it's not goodbye. Good night from the Therapy Circus, where the stories came alive. With Keep It Danger at the helm, we thrived. Until we meet again, keep the memories bright. Thanks for joining the circus, and to all a good night. Good night from the Therapy Circus, where the stories came alive. With Keep It Danger at the helm, we thrived. Keep it danger. Until we meet again, keep the memories bright. Thanks for joining the circus, and to all a good night. Good night from the Therapy Circus, where the stories came alive. We keep the danger at the helm, we thrive. Until we meet again, keep the memories bright. Thanks for joining the circus, and to all a good night. Good night from the Therapy Circus, where the stories came alive. With Keep It Danger at the helm, we thrived. Keep it danger at your hand till we meet again. Keep the memories bright. Thanks for joining the circus, and to all a good night. Keep it danger at the helm. Good night from the Therapy Circus, where the stories came alive. With Keep It Danger at the helm, we thrived. Keep it danger at the hand till we meet again. Keep the memories bright. Thanks for joining the circus, and to all a good night.